Good morning. This meeting is now resumed. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 17 items left on the agenda, including 5-member motions. Today's meeting must end by 3:30 in order to permit religious observance. I will now take the release of holds. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release. I guess nobody wants to release any items. Okay. All those in favor of adopting the order paper?
Chair, on a point of order, what time is sunset today?
We have to finish by 3:30.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll go to the EC 25.5 results of the 2021 street needs assessment and shelter support. Councillor Wong Tam, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. And for you to staff, with respect to the capacity of the shelter system and trying to find a home for everyone, on any given night in the city of Toronto, how many people are living without a home, who are sleeping rough, who are in our shelters, the respite centers?
Through the speaker, thank you for the question, Councillor. Last night, the City of Toronto sheltered 7,073 individuals in our shelter system, and we anticipate there are about 200 to 250 individuals still living outdoors in the community.
Thank you. And with respect to the recent streets needs assessment, what were the big takeaways, the surprise learnings, if any, from that report?
Through the speaker, thank you for the question, Councillor. Really, we found 4 main findings from our street needs assessment this year. The overall number of people experiencing homelessness in the City of Toronto actually decreased since the 2018 SNA report. But that is due mainly to the fact that due to COVID-19, the borders have been closed. So we saw a decline in the number of refugee families seeking shelter in the City of Toronto. If we look outside of the family sector, we have seen the number of individuals, singles, and couples increase in terms of experiencing homelessness. Other key findings indicate that, although homelessness affects people from different backgrounds, particular populations continue to be overrepresented in our shelter system and on the streets, and specifically people from Indigenous communities, people who are Black, individuals and youth who are part of the 2S LGBT plus community were found to be overrepresented. Another finding that is significant is there continue to be gaps in other service systems, and they contribute to homelessness in our city. So if we think about provincially administered systems such as mental health, treatment facilities, We continue to see a large number of people with those challenges in our system that cannot get the help that they need. And finally, I'd say, the last piece, which we talked to 2,500 plus people through this survey, the key factors that contribute to homelessness as people report them are, the challenge to find affordable supportive housing and the lack of income that they receive through income supports.
Thank you very much, Gord. And with respect to the strategy that you've placed before us, which is really to try to end homelessness, if everything came through as anticipated, I know it's a tough order, if your plan came out to full rollout, will we be able to eradicate homelessness in Toronto and put the requirement to shelters to end forever?
So through the speaker, thanks for the question, Councillor. Really our pandemic response here in Toronto continues as it relates to people experiencing homelessness. So the reports that you have before you today seek authorities to continue our response to shelter individuals throughout the winter in many of the additional hotel programs and shelter hotels that we're operating. The city's 10-year affordable housing plan has suggested that targets related to adding 1,800 additional units of supportive housing each year over 10 years would end chronic homelessness in Toronto.
But it would take 10 years.
That's correct.
And that motion was, I think that goal was originally set almost 3 or 4 years ago. Is that correct?
That is a part of our 10-year housing plan, housing TO. So that is part of the 10-year plan, which was approved by council in 2020, I believe.
And have we ever met that target? 1,800 units of new supportive housing every year since the goal was first established.
We are making great strides. Perhaps I'll hand it over to Abby Bond at the Housing Secretariat to comment.
Thanks, Gord, and thanks, Councillor. So we had a 24-month COVID response plan, which aimed to deliver 3,000 new homes for people experiencing homelessness and low-income renters. That was our kind of direct response to the pandemic. 2,000 of that we aim to deliver through new supply, new supportive homes, and then 1,000 through the Canada Ontario housing benefits. And so right now we've delivered about just over 1,500 new permanent homes, which are in some form of either approval or construction. And we're still looking for more than 500 homes to be capitally funded, as well as wanting to secure those 1,000 Canada Ontario housing benefits. So definitely the 1,800 new supply is a significant goal for us. And we're looking to make sure that we deliver by the end of 22 and then keep the pressure on so that we maintain that momentum over the next few years to continue that rollout.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Continuing on that line of questioning, Ms. Bond, so we've had a pretty good year the past year. Sorry, I think you're.
Sorry, Councillor.
I'm sorry. There was a delay on my end. Let me start that again. Is it safe to say that the additional capacity we've been able to create this year has been a result of the rapid housing initiative of the federal government?
Thanks, Councillor. I certainly believe the Rapid Housing Initiative has been a game changer for us in terms of delivering supportive housing. It pays for 100% of the capital cost. A program like that hasn't been delivered in Canada for several decades, and it's making a difference all across the country. So yes, it's been vitally important for us.
And I do, and maybe this isn't a question, but a compliment. I think that the city has really done a lot of lifting and activating that money. What I'm curious about is what money is available in the coming year, 2 years, 5 years from the federal government and provincial government for building the units. And then I'd also like to know what the funding situation is for supportive housing units on the supports end, on the operating side next year, the year after that. And let's look over 5 years.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So in terms of the capital funding side of supportive housing, where we have submitted a robust investment plan to the federal government for the next phase of rapid housing, and we had submitted almost 1,000 units to be funded. We're awaiting to hear what we have, what has been funded, and so we know that there will be a minimum of 233. But we obviously submitted a much larger ask than that. So I should be able to let you know over the next few weeks and months the outcomes of that. That's the next phase, Rapid Housing Initiative 2. We continue to, through our other programs like Housing Now and Open Door, we continue to see applications made to the National Housing Strategy programs, RCFI, and also the Co-Investment Fund at a federal level. And we're seeing funding be delivered to some of those projects. But some of those programs are not designed for delivery of supportive housing. So it is much more of a kind of pulling together of funds on an individual project basis. So it doesn't give us the visibility to know exactly how many supportive homes would be delivered over the next 5 years through those programs.
So, but we have a goal of 1,600 a year. How are we trending for 2022 and I suspect 2023 because there's some build out. So how are we trending and comparing to those goals?
I think if we are able to secure most, if not all, of the funding we've requested from the federal government for the next phase of Rapid Housing Initiative, we'll be in a good trending position. Not without work still to do, but we'll be in a good position if they continue the Rapid Housing Initiative over the next 3 to 5 years. Then we would anticipate being able to continue to have a good take up of that funding. Although there's no guarantee that that funding will be continued over the 5 years.
Now on the supportive side, the operating funding that comes from the province for the most part. How are we doing looking into next year? I know that this year was kind of a Band-Aid solution year where they gave us the money we needed thanks to the advocacy of many on council, including our mayor. How's it looking for 2022 and beyond?
So through the speaker, as you mentioned, we received $15.4 million in one-time funding in 2021 for the supportive housing that we had underway, and we've repeated the request for $48 million annual funding for supports. That would fund those 2,000 supportive housing units that we're aiming to create through that 24-month plan, and we haven't had any confirmation beyond the 15.4 million yet.
So what, is there a moment in time when things get critical where we don't know if we can pursue projects or we don't know if we have supports for the following year? I'm just trying to get an idea of like when does the mayor go and push down the door of Queen's Park, or when do we join him in his efforts at Queen's Park to try to drive this forward?
Last question.
Thanks, Councillor. And through the speaker, I think we're wanting to maintain consistent pressure in our advocacy to the provincial government. Certainly, we would like to think of our supportive housing plan, and we do think of our housing plan as something where we're consistent over a long period of time. We want to be resilient and see that supply of housing roll out on a consistent basis. So I don't necessarily think about it as a point in time. We need to maintain that pressure and provide information about what our plan looks like over the next 5 years, as you've indicated. That would be very helpful if we had consistent support over the next 5 years, something we can plan for. That's the way that we can really increase our housing supply.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Baila.
Madam Speaker. So the advocacy to have the rapid housing program done on a permanent basis, we've joined other municipalities across the country calling for this to be permanent through FCM. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, yes, there's been significant feedback provided to the federal government about how successful this program has been across Canada in acquiring, non-residential buildings and also building modular and quick construction. And so, yes, there's definitely a desire to see that made more permanent.
And during the election, the federal government had announced a $4 billion accelerator housing fund. Have they started conversations around that fund with municipalities?
Through the speaker, there have been some initial discussions about the Housing Accelerator Fund, and some, points have been made about how that could be useful for us. I think most municipalities across the country have, like us, a 10-year plan of some description. So we all know what we want to deliver over the next 10 years, and looking for ways to make this Housing Accelerator Fund useful and fit with our plans is really, I think, the focus of the discussion right now.
Okay. So, but that is really focused on the capital. On the supportive housing, we had heard that the provincial government was doing actually a review of all their supportive housing programs, and that's why they couldn't commit to long-term. Can anybody give us any updates? If we've gotten any updates on that? Is that review happening? Have we been consulted? I mean, it's pretty crucial to have that work done. So.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, and through the speaker. That review has happened, and we've had some initial feedback from them, but as yet that review didn't identify any additional funding for us or any other municipality that I'm aware of. But I see the city manager. I don't know if he would like to add anything there.
No, I mean, I think that captured it. I think the other work that's interesting that the province is doing is looking at cost avoidance opportunities should they have a more robust supportive housing program in place. So certainly benefiting hospitals, benefiting corrections. So that RFP, I think, is out in the street and closing shortly. So I think they're looking to understand what the economic benefit of making more critical investments in supportive housing would mean.
This is, I mean, we have that information. I think Council has talked about it, so much about it here. Is this a crucial time for Council to continue to clearly identify the need for them to come to the table and the benefit for themselves, and most importantly for the people that need it the most?
Yeah, and through the speaker, yes, absolutely. I think it's COVID is obviously shone an even brighter light on the challenge that we're facing, and I believe there are real benefits that will accrue as well as a result of the province stepping up in the manner in which I think they need to in order to help us.
My last questions are around the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. So when we announced this, the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit was a multi-year, I believe, if my memory serves me right, about $2 billion in housing benefits, and that was going to ramp up throughout the years. So what information have we received from the province? We've actually called for them to do it even quicker given the pandemic, but what do we have in the horizon for the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit? Where do we stand on that?
Through the speaker, Deputy Mayor, we have a new allocation of $12 million in 2022, which we are hoping will provide housing allowances for more than 1,000 households.
Is that on top of the ones that we already have?
That's correct.
So that this year we'll have an extra over 1,000 housing allowances from the Canada-Ontario. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Those are my questions.
Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. First, I suppose to Mr. Tanner, some months ago, it was reported to Council that there were in excess of 30,000 households who have more than 3 months rent arrears. Are we tracking that, and are we anticipating that that could contribute to our housing and homelessness problem?
Through the speaker, Councillor, we haven't had updated information since we received that information through CMHC. Our ways of sort of tracking the demand for our eviction prevention programs is one of the ways that we're tracking demand for those services right now through our EPIC program and through the Rent Bank.
And are we anticipating that this problem will contribute to the housing and homelessness problem that we're considering here?
Through the speaker, we've certainly seen an increase in demand for both the rent bank and the EPIC program, particularly since the moratorium on evictions was lifted in June.
Okay. I have heard that with our rent supplements or housing allowance programs, that we actually are having trouble finding apartments, that the limiting factor is no longer the number of rent supplements that are available, but the number of market units we can get at that price. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, there continues to be a tight vacancy rate through in the private sector and rental accommodation in the city, and certainly the cost of those private market units is very high, and when a private market landlord is looking to rent to potential tenant, certainly our clients within the shelter system who've experienced homelessness sometimes have challenges competing for those units.
So in future reporting, will you give us advice about not just the number of supplements, but whether or not the amount is adequate to get units? Will you keep an eye on that for us?
Through the speaker, thanks for the question, Councillor. We are looking to report back in the first quarter of 2022 with an update on our transition plan out of the shelter hotel programs, as well as the ongoing need for housing, and can include that in a report back at that time.
That would be most helpful. And since you raise it, one of the issues that the pandemic has laid bare is a long-standing concern about the nature and quality of shelter that we provide. Specifically, an awful lot of people have said that they're very uncomfortable with sort of cots in large spaces or similar arrangements, and have instead preferred getting hotel rooms. As we are transitioning out of the pandemic response, do you foresee a portion of the homeless population being unwilling to go back into that sort of cot style shelter and winding up on the streets or in encampments?
Through the speaker, Councillor, certainly, we continue to work with people who are currently staying in our programs to understand what the best pathway for them is, ideally out of homelessness altogether and into housing. Certainly, part of our service plan going forward is to look at the shelter system and continue to invest to strengthen that system and the quality of service that's provided. But we will be developing individualized case plans for individuals that might be staying in our shelter hotel system going forward, and we anticipate that we will continue to use some hotels going forward, as they've always been a part of our response to homelessness in the city of Toronto.
So when you're reporting on your longer term plan next quarter, will you also be addressing this question of the quality of shelter spaces and whether losing some of the hotel units might create a problem?
That will need to be part of our consideration going forward as we work both with people who are staying in the system, but also with our many community partners that are actually operating these programs themselves. So I anticipate that will be part of our discussion with the report coming forward in the new year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanner.
Councillor Cressy, questions?
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'll direct my questions to Mr. Tanner, and thank him for his excellent reports. I guess just the first one, to set the context, Mr. Tanner, could you articulate chronic homelessness? What our definition of chronic homelessness is?
Thank you. Through the speaker, Councillor. Chronic homelessness, a federal definition, really defines people who've experienced homelessness for 6 months on an ongoing basis.
So people who are in many ways, it's entrenched homelessness, they're living as homeless as opposed to a rare or brief experience.
That's right. In addition, it could be someone who's experienced homelessness for 18 months, for instance, in the last 3 years.
And from a city perspective, our objective and goal is to seek to reduce and end towards ending chronic homelessness. Would that be a fair assessment?
Through the speaker, that is our goal, is to end chronic homelessness in the city of Toronto.
So in the reports, and we spoke about this at committee, what really struck me was the shelter flow data. And so you described, and could you, through many efforts across the city, did I read it correctly that 200 people every month are exiting chronic homelessness through pathways out?
That's correct.
But we also, what I noted in the shelter flow data, how many people are entering chronic homelessness every month?
Through the speaker, our data suggests that there are 300 individuals entering chronic homelessness each month.
So to break that down, so 200 people are, through many efforts, 200 people are exiting chronic homelessness every month, but 300 are entering. So currently, every month, there are 100 more people chronically homeless, as opposed to 100 fewer people chronically homeless. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
And so would our objective be to flip that number? We want to get to the position where we are reducing every month. We want 300 people to be exiting chronic homelessness, and ideally not 200 entering, but in an ideal world, we want to flip those numbers. More people exiting chronic homelessness than entering every month. Am I right in terms of, just as we look at our data and metrics, we want to flip those numbers?
Through the speaker, that is correct.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Tanner, to you and your team.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, questions?
Rather than shelter people in large institutional settings, even if they have the backdrop of being a former hotel, have we considered looking towards a different model where there might be more shelters, but smaller environments that provide more support services that can be shared between them, or located at those individual sites, but follow the Bruce Davis report and other recommendations that have been provided, where we don't just have these sort of mass, these large places with, some cases, hundreds of people.
Through the speaker, thank you for the question, Councillor. Before pre-COVID-19 and the pandemic, certainly that was our approach. The shelters that we've opened over the last several years as part of council direction to expand the shelter system have been smaller shelters in the range of maybe 40 to 60 people. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we needed to take urgent action to move approximately 3,000 people out of the base shelter system to achieve guidance around physical distancing, and hence the use of hotels, some of which are much larger, has been a part of that response.
But do you endorse the approach to, rather than in the future look for larger buildings to have just perhaps more but smaller places to provide a more sort of people and individual focused support?
Through the speaker, yes, we totally endorse and agree with that approach.
I was told by senior members of your division that that individuals were not being thrown into hotel rooms with strangers. That was never happening, I was told. And at the very most, there may be like former suites where it's a common cooking area, but you'd have your own rooms. However, I've spoken with former clients who are former clients because they have told me anecdotally that their experience was very different. I spoke to a woman who was in a local park in my ward. I sat with her on a bench, and she told me a story about how she was put into the Roehampton Hotel. And she was put into a room shared with a woman about 20 years younger than her who has an addiction. She does not, and she was up all night caring for this person, trying to keep them alive. And it was such a traumatic experience for her that she left, like any reasonable person would. And I've heard variations of that story more than once, and I just wonder, what is the truth?
Through the speaker, Councillor, we are currently occupying 23 hotel properties. There are 2 hotel programs, including the Roehampton Hotel, that do have shared accommodation in the rooms because they are larger rooms. And that is an approach that we took when we opened those particular sites, the Roehampton and another motel program in Scarborough. The
Have you
rest,
reconsidered that approach?
currently we have not reconsidered that approach, but certainly, any individual that might be sharing an accommodation with someone else, currently staff happy to meet with those individuals and make whatever changes we can to support those individuals feel comfortable in the space that they're accessing.
Okay. I don't know if I'm alone who was told differently than what you just said before, to be honest, Gord. The transition plan, you raised that earlier. First of all, have you confirmed yet whether or not all of the hotels, like those like the Roehampton, where there was a where there was a potential lease extension, can you confirm whether or not those extensions have been agreed to, or if they have not been agreed to? Can you provide us any information about that yet?
Last
Yes,
question.
through the speaker, working very closely with our colleagues at CREM, we have been in touch with all of the hotel owners, and they have agreed to continue with the work that we are contracting them for through next year to April, at least, and maybe beyond.
Thank you. Mayor Tory?
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a couple of questions. First of all, I think some of these will be addressed to Mr. Tanner, and I want to thank him for his excellent work in this area. Can you, could you provide could you confirm, first of all, that the kind of approach that's being discussed with smaller kinds of facilities, mostly homes for people as opposed to shelters, with supports, is exactly the approach that the city government is trying to take, with respect to people trying to house them as opposed to trying to shelter them temporarily? That's really the thrust of what we're trying to do, correct?
Through the speaker, thank you, Mayor Tory, for the question. Certainly, that is our approach. We're working with people to find them permanent, ongoing housing, and working very closely with Abby and her team at the Housing Secretariat to make that happen.
And could you confirm, or Abby, it doesn't matter which one, because you're both involved in this, the challenge for us of finding locations, both because of the nature of the real estate market in terms of just availability of space, but also some of the challenges that are in front of us when we try to find locations for any of this kind of housing, whether it's supportive housing or whether it's a shelter. We haven't really been seeking, we've been seeking some new shelters because of the closure of George Street, for example, but could you confirm how challenging, either of you, that is for us to find locations where we can actually have any of this kind of accommodation, whether it's supportive housing or a shelter?
Through the speaker, Mayor Tory, certainly I could speak on the shelter side, very similar, I'm sure, with Abby's work on the supportive housing side. Difficult to find property and very difficult to engage communities when they understand that a new project might be moving into their community.
Could either of you just undertake to provide, perhaps in a very concise form, because it's been inside the it's been inside the reports, including the one that's in front of us, which is what I call the business case information that I've been using to advocate to the provincial government with respect to the operating support. Could you agree to maybe make that available to counselors, members of council who now wish to join in this advocacy in a very concise way, like almost on one piece of paper, where it talks about the savings for emergency rooms, the savings for the courts and for the incarceration and all that sort of thing? Because there are a couple of very concise slides that I've been using, and if they wish to join, I'd be great if they had that same information, so we're all working off the same page. Could you provide that to councillors in the next number of days?
I see Abby nodding through the speaker. Thank you, Mayor Tory. We'll be sure to do that.
Okay, and then one last thing, a couple of last things, just by way of some information to be made available to council as well. Could you? I thought Councillor Perk's question was very relevant with respect to what it is we're going to be trying to offer going forward in the post-pandemic period, because we're going through obviously a transition. We've been through one, and now we have to go through another. Could you get us perhaps maybe through the city manager or otherwise some comparative information on the types of shelter information, both pre and post-pandemic, that are offered by other Canadian cities? I don't really know what they offer. The big cities, I'm talking about sort of Vancouver, Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa. It doesn't really matter which cities, but I think we have quite an ongoing dialogue with those cities. And if we could get sort of a bit of a description of what their status quo plans are and what their future plans are, just on that very question that Councillor Perks asked about, I think that would be interesting, and we might see what some of their plans are.
Through the speaker, we can certainly do that, Mayor Tory.
Okay, and then finally, maybe to Abby, could you provide us, members of council, all of us, with perhaps a list that starts, say, I think a year, 2006, and the number of supportive housing units that have been established during each of those years from 2006 through to the present, just so that we can see, what the course has been during that time?
Through the speaker, yes, Mayor Tory, we can do that.
Thanks very much. Those are my questions, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza?
Madam Speaker, Councillor Grimes. Madam Speaker,
Yes?
am I allowed to question the mayor right now or no?
Well, no, we're at questions.
I know, I thought anytime the mayor spoke, I was allowed to question, no?
No, if the mayor speaks, you can ask him questions.
Okay, all right, that's it, thank you, okay.
Councillor Perruzza?
Speaker, no, my question was answered or was asked already. Thank you.
Okay, to speak, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do wish to move the recommendations in the supplementary report, as well as if the clerk can please place my motion onto the screen. And the motion is largely to ask staff to put together an estimate on what would it cost for us as the City of Toronto to provide a yearly rental supplement for everyone that is actually currently staying in a shelter program, a shelter hotel program, a 24-hour respite drop-in program. And having that information would be helpful. And also to make the request to the provincial and federal governments for that estimated amount, and to report that information back to the Budget Committee. Madam Speaker, I just want to thank staff for their very excellent work. Over this past 20 months, I think we can all recognize it has been some of the most challenging times for everyone who works in public office, who is working in the Toronto Public Service, but it's really those who are working with the vulnerable communities across Toronto who have found themselves stretched very, very thin. And you're doing it under the most difficult and challenging conditions and working with the most vulnerable people in Toronto. Unfortunately, that population is growing, Madam Speaker, and I think that there are some things that we need to do that maybe not been done before. And that includes putting forward some even bigger, more ambitious goals than we have before. And certainly I hear through the mayor's questions that he wants to highlight that, under his administration, and there is no argument there, that work has been done and very good work has been done. And this is not to take a swipe at anyone. I want to assure everybody that. I am very, very nervous, extremely nervous, that as we proceed in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, as we have learned from Councillor Cressy's question of staff, is that homelessness continues to grow. We have been throwing everything at it during council, from inclusionary zoning to new innovative program, to housing supports, to trying to develop a mental health and addiction strategy. We're doing it all. But while that is happening, Madam Speaker, I'm just concerned that the population that is growing, who is living with chronic homelessness as it grows, we will not be able to manage it. And we've been saying for some time is that we're sort of, breaking under the weight of the system that is overly overused. And I think, some things for us to recognize is that, there was a period of time, certainly before COVID, where the cost of shelter delivery was going to be cheaper than providing housing. Those days are long gone. And I think we can confidently say that anybody who moved out of the shelters because we had to dissipate the population to avoid congregate setting, they are not going back in. Do not be confused that even if the hotel shelter programs expire in April 2022, they are not leaving the hotel shelter programs to go back into a large congregate setting that Councillor Matlow just described. We have to do something different. What I'm hoping we can do is to find out exactly what it would cost for us to pay for rental supplements, to house everybody as quickly as possible. That is a housing first approach. And then to work with them for a pathway of even further permanency to housing. Their first apartment may not be their last apartment, but at least they'll be housed. And so if we use coercive systems to house people, where they're oftentimes jails and hospitals, it costs about $66,000 to $120,000 because there is no housing. Right now, emergency shelters are costing about $42,000 a year because they're not necessarily cheap to operate, and now they need more physical distance. And the cost to actually put someone into a home, a real home with a key to their own, is approximately $8,000, $12,000. So we're going to be saving money. There is a business case to be made, and I'm very glad that the mayor talked about that, because I think that's what we're going to have to convince the other orders government about, is that if we continue on this path, the whole system will collapse. We won't be able to sustain it. But if we make some strategic and smart moves and start to move people to housing that is real, that is independent, safe, that they can call their own, and we remove any of those ancillary costs, and if we remove any of those ancillary costs, we all get in front of it much, much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have questions for you, Councillor Bailal. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Just one quick question, just for clarification. I think it will help staff as well. Councillor, when you're asking for the breakdown for people living in shelter, so we keep hearing about the 7,000 number, but that's a point in time. We know that over the year, there's probably over 20,000 people that actually use our shelter. Which number are you looking for? The 20,000 or the 1 point in time?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councillor, Deputy Mayor, and I want to thank you for that. I'm going to leave that entirely to the discretion of staff. When I asked Gord Tanner how many people any night are homeless in the city, he cited approximately 7,073 people in the system and another 200 to 250 people floating about. I have also heard various numbers. So I'm going to leave it with him. And if he chooses to bring us a range of numbers, so the ones that he sees before him, the ones that the advocates are saying, which is about 10 to 12,000 people, I believe, who are homeless, and perhaps one that sits at 20,000, he can bring all that information back, and then council can decide on what to do with it.
But your intention is to have a business case on, instead of sheltering people, housing people. So that's what staff need to take in consideration. So we need to create a system that has the supports to house people directly instead of sheltering, right?
Yeah,
so they should take whatever number gets them to that end goal.
Yeah, yes. So yes, Deputy Mayor, that is one of the intentions. The other intention is to find a way that will give us a chance to reset the clock. And right now, as it stands, I recognize that my request is only for 1 year of rental supplements, but even that 1 year of rental supplements could set into motion perhaps a new pattern of spending, where we're able to take a look at where did we divert costs away from policing, away from emergency rooms, away from all the other ancillary services that we know are very, very expensive and outpace the cost of housing, and then use that 1 year to build the business case for perhaps more sustainable permanent housing. I just want to add one thing, that Deputy Mayor, and I know you know these facts very well. There are approximately about 65,000 empty condominiums right now in the city of Toronto. I've heard that number bantered by, whether it's Urban Nation or perhaps other housing construction advocates. And that is a lot of empty homes that could use people actually living in them. So I believe that there is enough out there empty homes that we can get people a key and a room to call their own very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, 3 minutes, questions, clarification.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the council, I mean, this is really big. This is a proposal, if I can paraphrase. Number one is figure out the cost it would take for everybody in a shelter to put them into permanent housing, along with the supports that they might need. And then number two is ask the federal and provincial government for the money. And you know, I appreciate the concept, right? Coming from those governments. Would you consider it a friendly emotion to add to number two, though, is to have staff articulate a plan to wind down the shelter system and close them all, and you know, dismiss the staff and figure out what we're going to do with all the money. You know, if we're moving to another model, we've got this big structure in place. Can we use it for something else in the city?
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I would not welcome that motion right now, largely because I want to get the information back first. So when the information arrives back at the Executive Committee in January 2022, that might be the time for us to move such a motion. And I recognize that it may be one of those mother sort of, you know, the lofty goals that we've been talking about. But certainly that is the intention, is that one day we don't need emergency shelters. One day we have housing enough for everybody. And I would certainly be able to support that when the information comes back.
But through you, Madam Speaker, you appreciate it's a balancing equation, right? If there's a wind down on one side, then the money and all the resources need to be put elsewhere. I don't know why we wouldn't ask for it all at once. It's all the same money.
Councillor, I was just trying to sequence it in a way that made sense to us, so therefore we know exactly what is the real cost. I could probably do a back of napkin cost estimate in my conversations with Board Tanner, even before I moved the motion. We spoke 2 days ago about what would this look like, what potential responses could come forward. He said he needed some time, and certainly I think that, you know, we want to give him that time. That's why it's not coming back in December 2021, but rather January 2022.
Is your intent with the motion to close the shelter system?
I think
get out of that business.
I'd like us to get out of. I mean, there will probably always be a need. I should say this, for emergency shelters. That's just always going to be a need. But I think it's time for us to move away from using shelters as de facto housing. We need to end chronic homelessness. There should be one point of entry in and a point of entry out. And that's what I want to see. And I think that's what council wants to see. It is becoming much too expensive to sustain this model if we don't make the move. And we have to make that move to housing. And that's what I'm hoping we can do here.
So we would do this and keep the shelter system open. I think is what I heard you say.
No, so that's not what I said. So the emergency shelter system is very different. So for example, when we had the fire at 650 Parliament, I had 1,000 people who were without homes, and there was literally no place to put them. We had to keep them in a dark building without power, and this was a judgment call, is because there was no places for them.
Okay, thank you.
So we will always need emergency shelters.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. To Councillor Wong-Tam, subsidies usually work, whether it's a portable benefit or a rent supplement agreement or some other models in other countries, based on someone trying to close the gap between the money they earn and the rental in the marketplace. Now, in the shelter system, we have many people who are not working. I'm just wondering, because of mental illness, because of disability, because of substance abuse, how would your system work when let's say most of the people in our shelter system do not have regular employment?
Thank you very much, Councillor, for that question. So as I was saying to Deputy Mayor Holiday, is that we'll always need a range of accommodations. One of them may be emergency shelters, but will we also need shelter hotel programs? I would imagine that most of us think that that's an interim move during COVID. And if you want to see people out of those shelter hotel programs, then you're going to need to give them a pathway to permanent housing. The same thing for the very large congregate setting shelters, which I have a few of them of, like such as Seton House. The mayor mentioned that it is going to be rebuilt. And we're moving from a 500 50-bed model to a 100-bed emergency style model. That is good modern planning based on what we need, because everybody else we're going to try to rehouse as quickly as possible. So to your point, Councillor, what I really want us to do is to think through strategically and boldly, what would it take for us to end chronic homelessness in Toronto? So people are not sleeping in the ERs, because that's a warm place to be, and I know that that's going to happen, especially in the hospitals in the Midtown and downtown core. We've heard those stories. I want people to no longer find their way into Tim Hortons and nursing an empty cup for endless hours until they can find another warm place to go. We're trying to get to those populations. And then finally, to your point about bridging the gap, the entire system around income supports is woefully broken. It doesn't work now. The cost of accommodations in the city is very high. Ontario Works, Ontario Disability Support Programs, all of that needs to be reworked. Even our housing portable benefits need to be reworked, because the costs of support versus the costs of housing is not realistic, and the gaps continue to exist.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry, your 3 minutes is up. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And let me begin by thanking our city staff from both SSHA, but also the Housing Secretariat, for not only the reports we dealt with at ECDC, but also the supplementary report in front of us that Councillor Wong-Tam has moved the recommendations in there. I want to acknowledge, and this builds on something that the conversations and questions that Councillor Wong-Tam was just speaking to. The objective and goal as a city across political stripes is and must be to end chronic homelessness, to ensure that we have a shelter system that can account for and provide access to care and housing, ideally for homelessness that is rare, that is brief, that is not reoccurring. And that we have a comprehensive health and housing system that provides a pathway out of that rare, brief, and not reoccurring shelter experience, so that there's a pathway out of chronic homelessness. That is the common goal. That is the common objective. And that's what we need to be measuring our collective intergovernmental work towards. It's incredibly challenging. I mean, the context today is one where, as we've heard from staff, there's actually a monthly increase in chronic homelessness in our city. The context today is one where we, despite best efforts, continue to have an inadequate supply of affordable housing, where we have a deeply challenging overdose epidemic, economic insecurity brought on through the pandemic, and a lot of trauma. It's a really hard situation. And I would begin by acknowledging, I think, some huge, huge strides by our city, by this chamber, by our partners, towards ending chronic homelessness in recent years. The new shelter model, one which is smaller with wraparound services and support, that I recall Councillor Fletcher and Bai Lau led a study on. That was a huge step forward. The shift where we as a city, for the first time, said that we were getting into the supportive housing game ourselves, for the first time. And to shift to not only get into the supportive housing game, but to look at converting shelters that are being used as housing into supportive housing. That was a big shift. The alignment, just at a governance level, the alignment of SSHA and the Housing Secretariat together, that's a big internal move. And I would argue how we responded to COVID, looking at permanent housing solutions, the rapid housing 3,000 unit target for permanent homes. Those are big strides. That's the pathway we need to continue accelerating on to end chronic homelessness. Here's the challenge that I look at in measuring that success, is notwithstanding those huge efforts, the right direction. The present story, which is not unique to Toronto, is one where every month 200 people are exiting chronic homelessness in our city. Huge work every month to help 200 people exit chronic homelessness. But each month, 300 people are entering chronic homelessness. The numbers tell the story. Despite enormous efforts at the city, at the intergovernmental level with our partners on the ground to help 200 people leave chronic homelessness every month. 300 people are entering. We fundamentally need to flip those numbers. We need to every month see a reduction in chronic homelessness, not an increase. That needs to be the monthly target. And so on a go forward basis, the recommendations in the supplementary report speak to accelerating this work. We still need $48 million annually in ongoing operating support for our 2,000 new supportive housing units. We still need that from the provincial government. We still need capital funding to build the 517 new supportive housing homes in our rapid housing target. We still need that. I would argue we still need to seize this moment coming out of the pandemic to align health and social and community and housing services in a much more integrated model of care. And we need a GTA-wide approach. This cannot be just on Toronto. And I think collectively, we as a chamber, and our strength here is that from across the political spectrum, from north to south and east to west, we need to lead and forge intergovernmental action with the urgency to flip those numbers, to reduce chronic homelessness each month, not to see it increase. We cannot do it alone, but we need to lead it because I'm not convinced the other governments will. We need to continue collectively to lead that urgent transition. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, I just want to remind members of council that we have to finish by 3:30 today. We want to complete the agenda, or we might have to come back on Monday. So I just want to remind members of council, 3:30 today, we need to recess.
Speaker?
Yes.
It's Councillor Perks.
Yeah, Councillor Layton. Oh, sorry, Councillor Perks.
On a point of privilege. Speaker, I acknowledge the difficulty that you have in your role of trying to manage council and manage the agenda. But it has become commonplace over the last several council meetings that somewhere during the meeting you start exhorting us to hurry up. These are important issues. The procedures bylaw makes it very clear that every member has a right to be heard. And yes, it also requires an efficient meeting. But we have, you and the mayor and others do an agenda preview briefing every month. And if the workload that we are getting is it's too large to be able to manage in the number of council meetings we have, it would be incumbent on you and the mayor and the clerk to come to us with an altered council schedule, not to tell us that we shouldn't participate in important debates.
Councillor Perks, I'm not asking that you don't participate in the debate. I'm just reminding members of council that we do have to recess at 3:30. I just, as a reminder, because I did say that this morning, and I'm not sure if all the councillors heard my comments this morning. Councillor Layton.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. It's Councillor Wong-Tam. I apologize. I'd like to a point of privilege, please.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. In my remarks, I actually misspoke and said that we had 1,000 people kept indoors during an emergency at 650 Parliament. That was not the right address. Those 1,000 people from the 650 Parliament fire were displaced for 2 years. I meant to say 280 Wellesley, Madam Speaker, where we actually had a power outage, and those individuals were kept indoors in 2019. It's a small difference, but a significant one, because I misspoke in my remarks. I just wanted that to be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam, for that correction. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And in the interest of time, I'll try to be very brief. I know how hard many of you have been working to address this crisis of homelessness that our city's facing. This is probably one of the most significant challenges. I think many of you feel the same way. This is one of the most significant challenges we've seen our city face in the last 10 years, notwithstanding the rather enormous pandemic response that our city initiated. This report, while demonstrates that the city has made some key investments with the support of other governments, and we have moved faster in the last couple of years than we have in the past, it demonstrates that we still have a long way to go system right now is sort of precariously perched on an edge of disaster. We've been there. We've been there the last couple winters, and we know what happens. People die. We had a death in an encampment in my ward just 2 weeks ago of someone who was displaced from another. Is that any better?
Certainly, I can hear him out here, Madam
Councillor
Speaker. I don't know about the
Councillor
others.
Councillor Grimes might be the speaker. I can hear you clear.
Well, thank you very much. I'm just going to have a chat with you then, Mr. Mayor, and kudos on your work to advocate for the government, provincial government, to come to the table this last term or the last year with the one-time funding. If there's anything that the rest of council can do to help support you in your efforts to secure that 45 million, I don't think there's a member on this board that would say they wouldn't join you in your efforts. And I know you've pointed it out often that you're the one with the ear of the province and able to make that ask on our behalf. I would just to add to that, and like our staff are doing good work out there, but we need to support them on our end, and that means fighting for the money from the other levels of government, because we can't do it alone. In the absence of the money coming from those levels of government, the problem still exists, and we need to be prepared to pay for it if we actually want to see solutions come to light. We're not at that point yet, but I fear that we'll get there unless the other governments start to listen more. But we also have another role to play in activating that money and ensuring that we build, identify and build the facilities that we know are the solution, that we know are housing first solutions. And that's what I see in Councillor Wong-Tam's motion, is that in the absence of being able to build those facilities, we need the resources to be able to allow for those people experiencing chronic homelessness and wishing to leave it to actually have the necessary supports to find a market unit. But when it comes to building, we also need to be there. We need to be there to stand up to our communities if they object to facilities like this or would delay their implementation. I know that the mayor and some of you have done this vehemently and fought for them. I've been there, I think, in a couple of occasions with you. We should be standing together, united in the rollout of a program like this. And it does get uncomfortable, but we need to be brave in that. And I think that if we stand up our community and lead, our communities will follow. And we can't be afraid to do that in those public meetings, in our conversations with residents, because it is very clear, and I think all of you would support this, that housing, and in this case, in some cases, supportive housing, is a critical piece of providing a compassionate response to the shelter crisis. And so I would implore all of you to let's work together on communicating that to our neighbors and our communities, so that they understand why we're asking for this investment of other levels of government, and why we're fighting so hard to actually build some of these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão to speak. Councillor Bailão. Councillor Bailão. Okay.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if you called my name and I didn't hear it.
I know, I can't
I
hear
lost
you.
the speaker. I don't know.
There must be, I must be having problems.
Well, Councillor Bailão, you're up next.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just go without the speaker.
Just a moment. This is the council chamber. We're just trying to troubleshoot some audio issues. If you'll give us just a moment.
Well, I think Anna should just go.
If they decide
Anthony,
they
you
can't,
take over as speaker.
if they
Anthony,
decide
you'd
they
be great
can't
at it.
solve it if they decide they can't solve it within 2 minutes, they'll tell me to take the chair. But I think we'll let the clerk tell us when it's time to
Oh,
do
come
that.
on, I'm just having fun.
Although the Anthony idea was intriguing, I will say that.
I vote for just giving Councillor Perruzza as much time as he needs, and he can fill the void here. One of his grand speeches.
Okay, I think we're okay now. So,
I'll second that.
okay, Councillor Bailao to speak.
Listen, I appreciate all of that. Thank you all very much. All right?
Councillor Bailao
Made
to
my day.
speak. Okay, please, Councillor
Best
Bailao
speech
to
ever.
speak.
Best speech ever, Anthony. Best speech ever.
What's going on? Okay, members, please. Councillor Bailao.
Members, the audio is working on the WebEx connection, but we need to ensure that it's getting out to the public feed. So please just be patient with us for a couple of minutes while we get this
Madam
sorted
Speaker,
out.
we're listening on the personal feed and we still can't hear you on the live feed. Shall I proceed?
Councillor Carroll, the live feed must have the audio as well. That's how the public is participating in the meeting. So please stand by.
Okay. Thanks.
Testing chamber audio.
Yeah.
Members of council, can you give a hand signal if you can hear me right now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Great.
We heard the test.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll start now. Councillor Bailao to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what we have committed ourselves, it's a really transition, a shelter system that we now, as Councillor Wong-Tam said, acts very much sometimes as a de facto housing into a proper shelter system. We know that, emergencies happen and we always have to have a number of beds available for people that run into some issues. We try to increase all our preventive programs. This council chamber has increased funding in order to prevent people falling into homeless. We know that we need to act on that basis as well. But we still have, as of today, over 30% of our shelter users that use more than 50% of the resources available. And this is really where we need to tackle, because they're using shelters as a de facto housing. And I think that there is a business case. We've proved it through our 24-month plan. This council said we need to shift to building supportive housing, and we need to have the support of the other orders of government. And one thing that we need to be clear as well is the link to the health system that needs to be made on this in this file. I was at the launch of our partnership with UHN, and the CEO of UHN mentioned something that I kept it in my mind, which was we need to start prescribing housing, because the issues that homelessness is creating in our healthcare system, we now have leaders in our healthcare system that says we need to prescribe housing. And this is exactly how we need to look at our shelter system. When we have people that are staying there for 1 year, 2 years, using it as a de facto housing, we need to prescribe housing. And it is more economically viable. It is much better for the people that are in need. And we know that the outcome, if available with the proper supports, would be a lot more successful. So I think that we've heard here from our city manager that there is a lot of conversations happening also with our provincial partners to come through with the supportive dollars. We cannot do this alone. We've proven that we have the capacity to deploy through over 1,000 units that we've submitted to the federal government to produce this the bricks and mortars. But we do need to treat this as well as a health issue. We need the support from the provincial government in terms of supports. That's how we're going to tackle homelessness. We have done incredible work here at council, but this is a file that cannot be just resolved with one order of government. We need the other partners at the table, and it is imperative that we assist them in seeing the benefits that it has for all of us. So that's why I am supporting Councillor Wong Tam's motion, because I think it could bring to light, as we've done with the 24-month plan, where we explain the benefits economically of such plan. It could explain how actually ensuring that people are being housed could have much better outcomes for all of us. So those are my remarks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. This council has done remarkable work. The mayor has done remarkable work. Earlier in this agenda, we, without even debate, we approved a new program to acquire some of the most affordable housing in the city to make sure that it doesn't just, get destroyed, demolished, and turned into condos, but instead stays as deeply affordable housing. We've worked incredibly quickly to approve modular housing. We have a number of, every month that I go to Toronto East York Community Council, we're approving housing, market housing. Like, we are doing our job. Other governments are not. Yes, the federal government is doing better than they did last decade or the decade before, but no government is doing what we did in the 70s and 80s and rapidly building affordable social housing. It's just stopped. There are little bits and pieces here and there, but it's stopped. We need to be, and we also heard that despite council repeatedly asking the provincial government to provide us with the supports, the money for supports, so that we can keep people in supportive housing, that, they just sort of decided not that they're going to hire a consultant to look at costs. Well, a consultant doesn't house anybody. Sometimes this debate, however, morphs into a very strange direction. It becomes a conversation about, whether we're doing better than previous councils did, or whether we're doing better than other municipalities did. Neither of those is an important yardstick. The only measurement that matters is, do people in the city of Toronto have access to the housing they need? And for people with low incomes, the answer continues to be no. We haven't got there. That's the only measurement that matters. So let's be very clear in our minds that while we are doing what's within our power, other governments, particularly the provincial government, are deliberately not doing it. My mind has just been boggled that in an environment where housing is an absolute crisis, not just in the city of Toronto, but in other Ontario municipalities, the provincial government announces that their big spending plan is to build highways that nobody even wants. We need to be very focused in naming, shaming, and blaming the provincial government for their complete lack of investment in meaningfully solving this problem. And we have to be very clear about that, because we know that in 7 or 8 months, there's a provincial election coming. We have to make it clear to voters, not just in the city of Toronto, but across the entire province, that between the social assistance payments being minuscule compared to what people actually need to pay for housing, the complete mismatch of priorities where the government is building highways instead of building housing, where a provincial government continues to ignore requests from council for specific investments in housing supports, where we need the electorate in the entire province of Ontario to understand this problem requires a renewed commitment to housing supports, to social housing, to all of the other tools that the provincial government, like the health investments that Councillor Bailão talked about, must make if we are going to solve the housing crisis. I am deeply fearful about the coming winter, where we will continue to have people living in very dangerous circumstances out of doors. And I'm also fearful about the spring, when we start to maybe have leases run out on some of the hotel shelters, and people are going to be, leaving the hotel shelters to go back onto the street. And then on top of that, with the acceleration of evictions, the housing crisis we could be facing within 6 months could be worse than anything we've faced to date. We can't, say we've been having productive conversations with the province and hope they come through.
5
It's time for
seconds.
us to stand up and fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to make a couple of comments. I'll only speak for a minute. First of all, I do support the comments, Councillor Perks, that you've made, as well as Councillor Wong Tam. But I think that we also have to look at the number of applications that the city does have for affordable housing and supportive housing, that if we want to build housing, that we need to as well to expedite the planning process as well and not delay, and so we can build affordable housing and supportive housing. I just want to make that comment because we have to as well move the process along as well. Not delay some of these development applications where it's being delayed for 2 or 3 years. So I just wanted to make that comment. Last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Speaker, thank you. I'd just like to make a couple of points. I think, we have made progress, and I would be the first to acknowledge, and it was said a number of times during this discussion, that we have a long way to go. But I think we're on the right path, and a number of the speakers have said that today in terms of this quite significant transformation I think we've made from just a system that we, even in my own time here, we kept expanding the shelter system, and as opposed to a shift we have now begun to make in a very significant way, which is to move to something that will, I think, end chronic homelessness if we can do it in sufficient quantity, namely to move to a supportive housing model and to a housing model that puts people into housing and doesn't simply build more shelters to accommodate people on what was meant to be an emergency basis. So I think that is a step forward. I guess, when it comes to some of the discussion that goes on that Councillor Perks referred to in a kind of derogatory manner about how you do this, I guess what I say is, and it's a matter of timing, I'll agree, in terms of strategy. I think there are some here on the council who would move to the naming and blaming and shaming as a first step. And I wouldn't, because I think that at the end of the day, we have to work with these governments, and everybody said that on an ongoing basis, to get them to be partners. I think that the steady work we've done, starting with Prime Minister Harper, and we made probably more progress on the transit file with him than we certainly did on housing. But now with this government, I think we've made as much progress on housing as on transit. And I was an advocate directly to the Prime Minister of leaving the present housing minister in place. And rarely would I venture an opinion about a cabinet shuffle, because I thought he was starting to really get these issues and was being very good partners to the major cities in the country. And, I just think that we have to sort of, again, Councillor Perks refers in a slightly, a negative manner to the ongoing productive discussions with the province. Well, the fact is that while it isn't yet enough, those ongoing productive discussions and not moving immediately to naming, blaming, and shaming, which I've shown myself quite prepared to do, for example, when it came to the public health cuts and things like that, has, I think, stood the city in pretty good stead in terms of the money that we have. Now the challenge really is, for example, even in some of the cases, it's ironic that we have the federal government where we put forward an investment plan to do with the rapid housing phase 2, and we have members of the council even opposing some of the things their own city has put forward to acquire or otherwise use for the very same kind of supportive housing we're talking about to reduce homelessness, chronic homelessness. So I think what I would say at this stage is that what we need, and one of the reasons I asked that the information be made available to all councillors in a very concise form, is that we should all be on the same page, not so much, I mean, we have a time for advocacy now that's very key. I agree with a number of councillors, including Councillor Perks, who said that there is a provincial election coming up. I think we should be putting out to the legislators of all parties the business case, as we call it, which simply says that there will be massive savings to the public, and not to mention, of course, a much more humane situation for people who are experiencing homelessness if we can move to this model that we've begun to move to, but we need their support to do it. And that was really the main reason I wanted to speak, was to say one thing I will make clear myself is that I'm welcoming and will vote for Councillor Wong-Tam's motion to get this information, but you'll find when it comes back, I will not be one who will want to engage in what I'll call voluntary downloading of that information onto ourselves, of that responsibility onto ourselves, because I know that will come here. And people will say, as a matter of humanity, which I share the humanity completely of making sure we look after people experiencing homelessness in our own city, but we simply cannot. I would rather make an issue and get into naming, shaming, and blaming than for us to somehow start to accept responsibility for something that is clearly, as has been said, a responsibility of the healthcare system, of the provincial government, to supplement the work being done by the federal government in this regard. And we are having good discussions. I've spoken, with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, the Minister of Housing, the Minister of Finance, and the Premier about the supportive housing. They're well aware of the issue. I can't even contemplate a circumstance. It's so unbelievable to me that they would consider, which I don't think they are, withdrawing that funding and saying good luck to the people who are in that supportive housing, getting help at a reduced cost to them. But the problem, of course, here is that, pardon me, if the savings that accrue from less use of emergency rooms, less incarceration, less encounters with the police, and so on, all accrue to those other governments, principally the provincial government, not to us. So if we put out that expenditure for rent supplements and these kinds of things on the backs of the property taxpayers, in a situation where we are going into this year with several $100 million in shortfall because of TTC revenues, which we're working on, then we've voluntarily downloaded that onto ourselves. And if I was those other governments, I might never take it back. I mean, they never should have dumped the responsibility for housing onto us to begin with, because I think we're the only province in the country that has that. So I just would hope that what members can do is engage in this advocacy going forward with the information on the business case as to why this makes so much sense, that we can be consistent with each other on how we can support what we do with the federal money we are going to get, and that we are very careful in terms of when we move to the naming, shaming, and gaming with people who are asking to be our partners on a number of fronts that are very important to us from the standpoint of both housing and finance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen.
The Mayor, Madam Speaker, I didn't want to put my name. I have a question for the Mayor.
Okay, go ahead,
Councillor Grimes.
Councillor Grimes. Question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, I'm just reading Councillor Wong-Tam's motion, which I'll be approving or voting for. The number 2, so she's asking requests for the federal provincial governments for estimated amounts on funding. And Deputy Mayor Bailão mentioned the city seems to be in crisis all the time. But what about, Mr. Mayor, the world seems to be in crisis? I just kind of want to understand the process when the federal government, accepts these refugees, which I fully support. I know you do. What is the process of that? Does the Prime Minister pick up the phone to you and say, Mr. Mayor, we're going to be sending you 300 families to Toronto? Like, I'm trying to understand the process. And do we just throw a dollar figure at you, Mr. Mayor? You're going to take 300 families, we're going to get X amount of dollars. Do they ask you if you can handle that amount, which we can't, but we always seem to be in crisis in our own city. And listen, it's the Canadian way. Let's accept people from all over the world into our country, but everyone seems to be coming to Toronto. But I just want to understand the process, what the federal government, what the support is to you and to our city when something like that happens, which compounds the problem.
Speaker, it's a really good question, because the fact is there is no plan. And when other speakers were talking about the sort of post-pandemic situation with respect to people who have been in hotels, an equally big challenge that will probably be in front of us is, as the borders reopen, we've been in a situation where, and I'm a huge supporter, as I hope colleagues know, of us and the blessings that refugees have brought to our city and how we've benefited so much from their presence here. But we have had a slowed to a trickle flow of refugees coming in to Toronto since the pandemic began, because the border was closed. And so when the border reopens, there's every reason to believe, given the state of current laws and so forth, that refugees will come across the border. And that's not a bad thing. But the trouble is, there really is not a plan that's a coordinated plan between and among the governments to deal with them when they get here. We've suggested a number of times that the federal government might consider some kind of transitional housing, because of course the key challenge that arises first is where are people going to live? They gravitate towards Toronto, but we've suggested some transitional housing that might even happen somewhere outside of Toronto, and then you can, in a more organized way, have people go. But we do not get those phone calls saying, can you accommodate this many? And the fact is, most of the refugees choose to come here for reasons I completely understand in terms of the opportunity and the support systems and so on that exist. And I will say that one of the things we have outstanding with the Government of Canada, they've sent some money in respect of our 2021 refugee shelter costs, which they have agreed over the last 2 or 3 years, after a lot of advocacy, I should point out, on our part, to fund. But we still have some amounts outstanding. And of course, the question of what happens in 2022, if and when, for example, the borders reopen, is left outstanding. And so I think in the context of all of this, that is a very relevant consideration to our overall challenge of housing people who are in need of housing support on a temporary or emergency basis. And that must include refugees, because while we haven't had many the last while, we're going to probably have them come again. And that can be a very good thing in the long term for us, but it poses some big short-term challenges for us. And there isn't, I would say, a plan between the three governments. I should say, by the way, the province has really had very little to do with this as a matter of conscious decision. And that probably should change as well.
Mr. Mayor, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen.
Recorded vote.
Yes, recorded vote. So the motion's on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, may we please have your vote verbally?
No.
We heard affirmative, Councillor, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Motion 1A carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Speaker, I'd like to vote on that, and my camera was off because I'm very low on battery. I'm wondering if we could do that.
Okay, we have to reopen the item. All in favor?
Vote to reopen.
Thank you.
Carried, so we'll re-vote on the 1A.
Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey, may we please have your vote?
CMP is recorded affirmative.
Thank you. And Councillor Robinson, may we please have your vote?
In the affirmative, please.
Thank you. Motion 1A carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Motion 1B, recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelvy, are you able to vote in CMP? Thank you. And Councillor Robinson, may we please have your vote?
Affirmative, please.
Thank you. Motion 1B carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, may we have your vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. The item as amended carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay. We'll now go to EX 27.6, next phase of waterfront revitalization. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Does anybody have any questions?
No. Speaker, I was trying to move this on a quick release, and the Deputy Mayor Min Wong that wants to have a conversation about this. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Min Wong, do you have questions to staff?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, one of the motions suggested that the city endorse affordable housing targets over and above what's currently required. What's currently required?
Good morning. Through the speaker, Deputy Mayor, what's currently required in the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan is a 25% target, 20% affordable housing and 5% affordable ownership. So, or sorry, a 5% lower end of market ownership. So that's what we've been following over the last 15 years or so as development works its way through precinct planning in the area.
You just passed an inclusionary zoning bylaw that said 20%, yes?
So through the speaker, the inclusionary zoning policies that council adopted would not apply in this area because the area is outside of a PMTSA.
I'm not saying it, that's not my question. We just passed an inclusionary zoning bylaw that said 20%, is that correct?
The inclusionary zoning bylaw ramps up from 2022 levels in the 5 to 10% range up to 22% at the 2030 levels.
Sure, and we're already at what did you say? It's 20% plus 5
It is 20% plus 5% low end of market ownership. That's the pathway that we've been on in the waterfront.
And what are staff recommending?
Staff are comfortable with the direction to try to exceed the target. We know that as we build out opportunities in the waterfront, we constantly are revisiting the precinct plans and looking for more opportunities to increase the amount of affordable housing.
And will that create any challenges to the precinct planning or the development of the area?
Through the speaker, I think we'll have to look at the whole approach and know that as we add population, there'll be community service issues that we have to resolve for everybody who lives in the waterfront, infrastructure. So as we move through the precinct planning and revisit the zoning bylaw that we have to do in any event, we'll be mindful of the ability to increase the amount of affordable housing.
I don't have any other questions right now. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning. There's a lot of conversation about the waterfront redevelopment and so on, and it appears that the conversation is simply about how we're going to use the waterfront for, a combination of living, studio spaces, and of course recreational and other amenities for, the public in general. I'm just wondering, what is the plan for the port itself? It seems to me that we don't spend a lot of time, although we talk about the redevelopment of the waterfront, we don't really seem to connect the advancement of the port from an economic development perspective, how we realize that. We've got a lot of companies down there who are being challenged, who feel that they're being forced out. That's the feeling. And I'm just wondering, what is to address the issue around utilizing the port advancement and economic development?
So through the speaker, it's a very good question, Deputy Mayor, and we have been engaged with a full range of land ownership and operators in the Portlands over a number of years, and we are aware of their continuing interest. It is Toronto's only working port. It is essential to maintain that as part of the city's diverse economic development strategy. A lot of raw materials come in by ship, which avoids trucking, it avoids rail, and other conflicts that might happen throughout the city. So all those raw materials that come in on ships, and that amount of shipping is increasing, it's not declining. So overall, the planning framework for the area actually envisions a working port. It envisions maintenance of dock walls for port facilities. There are specific and deliberate directions in the Portlands planning framework and in the official plan to support and continue to support that. And we've looked very carefully at the compatibility of those operations with other land uses that we're introducing into the Portlands. And when you look across the country, and certainly in Europe, you see many examples of working ports and urban revitalization happening in close proximity in a very well managed and careful manner, which is what we plan to do here, because we need both. We need a revitalization of the area, but we also need to maintain a working port.
And Mr. Linter, that's through you, Speaker, that's the basis of my question, because it appears, certainly I'm very supportive of work that's being done in terms of revitalization and so on, but as we look at places like Vancouver, Montreal, and other places just close to home, not necessarily in Europe, but other places like New Brunswick, for example, the ports that they have, it seems to me that in as much as there are, I guess, provisioning, it doesn't appear to me that the current elements of starting to do that work is sort of is keeping in track with respect to the notion of the redeveloping of the waterfront. It seems that there's still a disconnect. And I know you just explained that, there's a variety of things that are taking place, dock walls and so on. But when you speak to industry, what message do you have for them with respect to, on a timing basis, that, you know, within the next 5 years, here's what you could expect. Within 10 years, here's what the expectations are. I'm just curious as to that fact.
So through the speaker, it's a good point, Deputy Mayor, that it requires an ongoing conversation, and through CreateTO and other and through Waterfront Toronto, it is something that we're mindful of to make sure that we have a close, almost a liaison committee, if you will, process in place, so that there's a constant flow of information, a constant connection with what's happening next. As you know, the area is experiencing extensive transformation with the construction of the Don River river mouth, and there's a lot of almost day-to-day interaction with operators and other folks down there in the Portlands to make sure that that information is shared and managed on a day-to-day basis. As trucking routes get adjusted, it's a very much a very live conversation.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lintern.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to build on Deputy Mayor Thompson's questions to the Chief Planner about the port. You know, one of the things I saw as a director of Toronto Hydro, we watched a video one time, a time-lapse video of moving a massive piece of transformer equipment through the downtown. And the transformer, it was spectacular what they had to do to move it because it was so big. And it came in from Europe. And the only way it could come here was on a boat. You couldn't fly it in, you couldn't rail it in. It came through Toronto's port. And so I guess my question to Mr. Lintern, just building on the previous ones, is there a way that we can protect the port further in the city's official plan? Because I see this as meshing with goods movement, I see it meshing with tourism, I see it with managing land uses in that area. Can you tell us how it works now, and can we strengthen that?
Through the Speaker, well, how it specifically works now is that the Ontario Land Tribunal has approved extensive modifications to the Central Waterfront Plan that do speak to the preservation of the port as a key part of Toronto's infrastructure. And it is a 50-year plan, and we imagine the maintenance and strengthening and accommodation of the port facilities over the life of the plan. So it's not going anywhere, and there are hundreds and hundreds of acres in the Portlands, plenty of room for the coexistence of a working port, for the maintenance of dock walls, for the constant improvement of dock wall facilities, to accommodate the capacity that we need in the port, and bring in, again, in a managed manner, precinct by precinct, revitalization that takes advantage of its location and proximity to the downtown, and other improvements that really get a lot more out of the Portlands than we could ever have imagined.
So I've seen a number of times sugar taken off of boats near Redpath. Now I know that's not the port, the main port, but you know it's a place where a big ship pulls in, and it's a pretty obvious operation. It's loud. The boat is enormous. It's there for a couple of days. It actually changes height in the water as the goods come off of it. Do we have a process to manage sensitive uses that may creep in that could conflict with a port? Because these are very big industrial places, and big things happen, and then sometimes they're noisy, sometimes they're smelly, sometimes they're dusty. And if the wrong use comes in there, I wonder if we get into trouble because the port is so critical to making the city work.
So through the Speaker, Deputy Mayor, you raise a really important consideration in the land use planning for the port. We operate under the premise that we need to ensure that these operators maintain their environmental certificates under the Ministry of the Environment. There are ways to do that through land use planning, which ensure that more sensitive uses close by, be it residential or other, are built in such a way that they do not trigger a violation for the environmental certificate that industry operates under. So with Redpath, for example, Redpath has modernized its operations over time. Those cranes are considerably more quiet, if not silent, when you compare it to the way they used to operate years ago. The noise abatement that is built into residential development mitigates the impact, any residual impact. In fact, the Gardner produces more noise than Redpath now under the noise studies that we review in the waterfront. So there simply are ways to do it so that these land uses can coexist in close proximity.
I guess the last question is, do you feel really comfortable and confident, or is there anything we can do as a council to continue to support this critical infrastructure and its continued integration with our goods movement and transportation strategy within the city?
I'm pretty confident where we are right now, Deputy Mayor, with the way the policy framework has been set out. We are constantly reviewing the policy framework. It has been just approved by the OLT. We're in the middle of a lot of implementation with the first precincts, Villiers Island. And there will be ongoing review of the policy framework to ensure that we achieve the objectives, the overall objectives that we've set out to both maintain a working port while at the same time getting more benefit out of the port lands for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thanks so much, Speaker. Mr. Lintern, we passed the Portlands Planning Framework, did we not? Almost
yes, in
unanimous,
December
except
2017, I believe, yes.
Yeah, except for the chair of the Planning and Growth Committee who didn't support it because he wanted more residential in there. So the Portlands Planning Framework creates Villiers Island and then protects the industry, particularly the film sector, as a important part of Toronto's economy and all of the rest of the services that are provided for in the port over the next 20 to 30 years. Is that correct?
Yes, it strikes that balance.
Thank
yes,
you.
it does.
Thank you. And Basin Street, which we just approved the other day, was part of the Portlands Planning Framework, an 8-acre site on the shipping channel devoted entirely to film. Is that correct?
Film and creative industries, yes.
No, Basin Street, 8 acres, film, correct?
Oh, yes. Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
correct.
And in the EA that was put forward previously by Waterfront Toronto, and the Minister of the Environment had it changed. It was protectable Lafarge in their current location at the river mouth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the dock wall is all protected in the Portlands Planning Framework. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the East Harbor is in an employment area at the moment. Is that correct? The only
Yes, it
core
is.
employment area in the entire city of Toronto. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And council will be asked to make a decision in some way as to whether we're going to allow 4,000 units of residential in an employment area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And maybe is Mr. Stonehouse here, please?
He is.
I want to know, Mr. Stonehouse, have you spent quite a bit of time working with me on protecting fleet? And am I very aggressive in protecting fleet movements from the Portlands for the river development and the takedown of the Gardner and everything else?
The Speaker, yes, that is correct.
Have you seen many letters that I sent to Waterfront Toronto implying that they need to ensure that Carlaw and Lakeshore is clear for Toronto Hydro, for cement, for all of the fleets coming off the Portlands because they're having a difficult time?
Through the Speaker, yes, I've been copied on many letters.
And did we approve buying the Shoreline site as a film district and had to move Canada Post onto the Portlands? That's correct? On Leslie Street?
Speaker, yes, that's
part of the deal for that, part of the agreement was that was to be a 5-acre park. Is that correct in Portland's planning framework?
through the Speaker, yes.
And that was now taken by Canada Post. So in order to supplant that need, we are having a small 1.5-acre park at the Leslie Lookout. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, yes.
And does Redpath Sugar operate fairly well and easily besides Sugar Beach? I'll ask Mr. Lintern. Is that both are accommodated?
Oh, very much so. Yes, that's correct.
So that's correct. So the Leslie Lookout as a small park replacing a 5-acre park in order to keep industry there and Canada Post there and the film industry there shouldn't really be in the way of any industry. Would you agree with that?
I think they can be made to coexist very well, yes.
And the industry and others are trying to change that. Is that correct? You've been lobbied by anybody?
They've raised concern about that, and we're addressing that concern.
They've raised concerns that it's not compatible use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's what's being raised here today. Is that correct?
I think there's an overall theme of compatibility, but we're very mindful of the fact that these uses can coexist and be designed to coexist in close proximity.
And when the EA was passed, it had to go back. The Minister of the Environment, going back to the Portland Flood Protection EA, was not accepted by the ministry because of the issues around Lafarge and the issues the Port of Toronto had about the dock wall and use of the dock wall and making sure that it was protected. Was it protected in the EA?
It was protected in the official plan and in the EA for the waterfront, for the remake of the river mouth, yes.
Thank you. And would you consider these motions passed that you'll add a little primer on Portland's planning framework when you report to planning and housing, so councillors that have concerns might be able to get up to speed on exactly what's happening there now?
Yes, we are happy to give updates, regular updates on the Portland's planning.
Thank you. And for the housing that was repassed in 2017, there was a request to exceed the affordable housing and to add co-ops and other supportive housing and things that we don't normally put. Is that correct?
Last question.
Yes, there is a motion for that increase, yes.
That council passed, correct?
That's correct.
Thank
you so
you.
much.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher to speak. You held the item down.
Thanks. Yes, I'll speak. I'm really looking forward to this update at the committee. And I do want to assure council that basically this is an area in transition, but with the former general manager of economic development, Mr. Williams, we have, and planning, we have the Portland's planning framework. We have protected the current industries that are there. Very sensitive. There's the Hearn, there's the Portland's Energy Center. There's things there that aren't going away. They will remain. There is this number of cement companies there building out the whole city, and they'll be building out the waterfront. We've talked about that many times, but I just want to assure councillors who I think are being lobbied very heavily that that poor little park can't go in because it's not compatible. I want to assure you that we've looked at everything, that the Portland's planning framework accommodated the dock wall, accommodated Lafarge, accommodated industry. It has set things out. I think it'd be great for everybody to really see what's happening. We're looking after what is one of our top 3 industries: food, finance, and film. We are looking after film there. Basin Street was approved by this council just a few days ago. The Canada Post, we had to accommodate them. It's across the street from the sewage treatment plant. And what I'm really worried about, I'm not worried about what we're doing. And I'm not worried about a Villiers Island. We own all that land. So we can kind of say, well, we're really having another look now that we're getting close. I'll tell you what I'm worried about, and I'd love it. If Councillor Holiday, Councillor Thompson would step in, and Councillor Denham, Deputy Mayor, and fight for employment, the only core employment area in the whole downtown. Liberty Village and that employment area has been cut in half. This is a strategic employment area north of the Portlands that we need to protect, that I'm looking forward to your 100% support to support the industry and the long-term jobs and film industry and many others that exist there when that happens. So I'm really pleased that so many councillors have raised this issue, that we need to have the balance, that we need to accommodate all of these uses, that the port is still going to be important because there's a lot of shipping. There's a lot of things come in by ship. All the salt comes by ship, the concrete comes by ship. There is a lot of shipping. That means we aren't simply driving things around in the downtown or on the Don Valley or across the Gardner. So it's a very fine balance, and I'm very pleased with how city staff are very clear about that, and CreateTO is clear about that. I know there's many people in the city that simply want to see everything housing on the Portlands. That's not possible right now. Or everything housing in our employment areas. That shouldn't happen either. So the fact that we have good council that's fighting for jobs, fighting for industry, fighting for a strategic positioning of industry and revitalization together, I think that's fantastic. And I would ask people to support this. And I've asked Mr. Lintern to give us a refresher on Portland's planning framework when we have this report at our committee. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to rise to number one, thank Councillor Fletcher for her unwavering support and advocacy on making sure that Toronto is a vibrant waterfront city. I've had the distinct pleasure, as we all have, of listening to her and learning from her about, you know, how to build successful employment zones in the city, how to advocate for affordable housing that deeply meets people's needs where they are, how to ensure that there is the right mix and balance of critical human and social infrastructure in her community. It's been an absolute pleasure and privilege to watch this extraordinary city builder do what she does. And I want to just say, Madam Speaker, from what I can tell, you know, the City of Toronto has established its very clear vision, and through Council's adoption of the Portland's planning framework back in 2017. That was a 50-year vision document that really laid out, you know, how those areas were going to be developed, what was going to take place, what we wanted to see as an outcome, and like any other planning document, it goes through very broad, extensive consultation. And it wasn't even that long ago. So I'm a little bit discouraged to be hearing that we want to, you know, try to pull away at the edges of that, because I don't think that we should. It actually sets us back. It produces chaos in some ways, and I don't think it actually helps us be able to build market certainty. This is obviously an industrial port of the city, so we've heard about the needs to make sure that we have access for goods and services, and primarily goods and raw materials that are being shipped to our port through the waterways. So there is no plan, as far as I can tell, and I don't think anyone is proposing that, to shut that down anytime soon, because unless we can find another way to port materials, and rail is becoming not an option, to be quite honest, and our roads are highly congested, there is an easier way to do it. It's one thing if we weren't a waterfront city, then yes, we're landlocked and we'll have to meet other, we'll have to come up with other, you know, ways of doing that, but that is not before us. So I want us to be really clear that the port should stay and it should be reinforced and supported. Waterfront Toronto has done some exceptional work. And I know that it began largely as an exercise of trying to get 3 orders of government to participate in conversations to really develop a vision for the waterfront. And although it came out of a failed Olympics bid, it should be noted that they have done extraordinary work for our city. So everyone who's ever served on the Waterfront Toronto board, you know, I think we owe you a deep round of gratitude and thanks. You know, as we move into the next phase of revitalization for the waterfront, especially as we have now CreateTO taking more and more leadership in the city's own assets down there, I think we need to ensure that we have public accountability for everything. And that public accountability largely is going to be summarized in more consultation. So that's what this plan is also talking about, the next round of consultation for waterfront revitalization. So I support that. I hope that lots of people get involved, because those who have not been tuned in, you've got to tune in now. The other thing is that, you know, Waterfront Toronto obviously needs to be on sound financial footing. We cannot put them in a financial constraint jacket, especially if they need to raise funds to do the work that they need to do, because that is not realistic if they have to come back to council every single time, or they have to go to the 3 orders of government, especially if they can do it on their own. So I strongly support giving them that financial latitude to borrow more when they need to. And then finally, thank you to the city planning staff. This has been a huge amount of work. Many different planners have had their hands on the file. And I want to just say thank you for always being steadfast in your support of realizing Toronto's objective of being a waterfront city and making sure we bring that right balance and success to everything we do on the waterfront. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, we do have two motions that were previously presented. We'll put them on the screen so we can vote. Okay, it's motion 1 by Councillor Fletcher.
Please, thank you.
All in favor? Oh, recorded
Record
vote.
it, please.
Yes,
Thank you,
recorded vote.
Speaker. Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks so much. Thank you.
Recorded vote.
Members, just a reminder, if you're voting, please turn your camera on. Councillor Robinson, may we please have your vote?
In the affirmative, please.
Thank you. Motion 1 carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Next motion. By Councillor Baila, recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, may we please have your vote?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Motion 2 carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you, colleagues.
Item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, can you please vote in CMP? Councillor Robinson, may we please have your vote?
The affirmative.
Thank you. The item as amended carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is AU 10.4, which are we, okay. AU 10.4, which is the Auditor General Cybersecurity Review. And I know there was a motion and it was being amended. So Councillor Holiday.
Madam Speaker, I do see a question here on the question board before I start.
A question, Councillor Holiday? You held the item down. Do you have a question?
No, I just noticed Councillor Perks is under question to staff.
No, I
I
understand.
think
wanna
that's a
make sure we don't
leftover.
get out of order.
I didn't put my name on.
Councillor Holiday, I understand, but you held the item down. It's going to go for you first, but that's fine. I'll let Councillor Perks ask the question. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I did not put my name on. I think that's left over from the in private session. Oh, I see it's disappeared. Okay, thank you.
So Councillor Holiday, does anybody have a question? If you do, please put your name on the list. Okay, I don't see any questions. So Councillor Holiday, do you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. If I may ask the clerks to present the motion. Members, I'll paraphrase, it's being pre-circulated, but there is an ask to develop a confirmation program for managers across the entire enterprise and to ask certain agencies of the city to participate and to develop a process for 30, 60, 90-day remediation plans, to ask the Auditor General to consider auditing the confirmation program, to ask the city manager to make online cybersecurity training available to the extent that may be done across the agencies and corporations, to adopt the confidential instructions, and to direct that those confidential instructions remain confidential. Members, I will start out by thanking the Auditor General and her team, specifically Syed Ali and Galan Mark, and others that participated in a tremendous amount of work, and of course, the team at Toronto Fire Services for their efforts. I would make the following comments. We have a very, very large and complex organization, but we all work under one banner, at least in the public's eyes, and maybe the eyes of cyber criminals that may be trying to do things that are not in our favor as a city. The motion before you attempts to enhance our cybersecurity program across the entire enterprise. And I guess it draws on the simple idea. Like you, I would have gone through the COVID screening checklist before I came to work today, as people all across Ontario do. And I thought, do people use that? Should they literally say, "Oh, geez, I got a fever, I better go home"? I mean, I guess they could. But the thing with a checklist like that that's uniformly put out is it continues to raise awareness. And that is one of the most important tools in the fight on cybercrime. Just like we think of physical security, like we think of financial controllership, or the careful use of resources across a public service organization, I think that our entire organization should think of cybersecurity every day, no matter what you do, no matter what your role is. We're all part of an organization. And so this process, I think, enhances that awareness. I think it also provides information to council about the enterprise. And it shows our level of interest, which I know we have. But I think sometimes in shining it in emotion and showing the public who may be watching that this is very much front and center of the City Council agenda and is very much front and center of the interest of members of council is an important message. So I hope you will join me in supporting that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on this item? Okay, we have the motion on the screen by Councillor Holliday. The amendment, on favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried on the item. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is EC 25.3, Developing a Cultural Districts Program. Councillor Matlow, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff, or does anybody have any questions to staff? If you can please put your name on the list.
Actually, I've got one question, perhaps. Just to staff, for my colleagues, can you just concur that I've worked with the following motion with you?
So through the speaker, good morning, Councillor Matlow. I'm pleased to say that you did work very closely with our team to work on the following motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Wong Tam. Questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to staff. In your preliminary analysis of cultural districts, have you seen any other jurisdiction that has put forward this body of work that does not include some form of financial incentive?
Through the speaker, and thank you, Councillor Wong Tam, for your question. Based on our review of jurisdictions, we have seen a number of jurisdictions. There are several of them, over 300 cultural districts in the U.S., locations in Singapore, Sydney. There are a variety. I couldn't say absolutely that there is absolutely none that haven't got a budget request attached to them. I would need to verify that with Dr. Mota, who's joining me on the call this morning. So Dr. Mota, can you maybe just clarify the councillor's question?
Yes, so through the speaker, there has been a number of different policy tools when it comes to cultural districts in the analysis that we conducted. Most of them do involve access to funds for events, programs, etc., and small business supports that also include funds. But there are some other cultural districts that are honorary titles just for a neighborhood, or that involve access to partnerships or access to more information from the city when it comes to marketing strategies, etc. So not really financial support.
And thank you very much, Dr. Mota. And for those who actually do not provide financial incentives versus the ones that do, has there been enough time since the establishment of those programs, recognizing it's still a new body of work, but has there been enough analysis done on whether or not the ones that do provide financial incentive versus those that don't, which one has seen more success, and did they get to the outcome that they were hoping to achieve?
So through the speaker, there hasn't been an analysis on that. This is a preliminary report, so it was really about just mapping what's happening in other jurisdictions and the policy tools that are provided. Based on your direction today, we will reach out to the different municipalities and further engage to understand the outcomes of the programs they have in place when it comes to cultural districts. But having said that, what we are proposing in the report is really a program that is going to bring tangible benefits for communities in Toronto. So something that is not just a title or a name for a neighborhood, but something that really brings tangible benefits.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to this body of work, understanding how to capture and protect and promote cultural districts, I'm just curious to know in your sort of jurisdictional scan and environmental analysis, there are existing tools at the provincial and perhaps federal government. Early analysis, are those tools enough to preserve cultural districts? Because oftentimes through the Heritage Act, by example, they're talking about the preservation of a tangible asset, the brick and mortar, but we're talking about something different. Do those provincial, federal tools exist today?
Through the speaker, I'll just say to you that, we have identified common themes through the work that we've done. And we certainly do see that, there's a number of different levers that are being pulled. Are they perfect? I think we would say that there are gaps and there are opportunities for enhancements. And we're hoping through this work to be able to identify those gaps and work collaboratively with all orders of government to be able to advance this work.
Thank you. For the 3 areas and maybe 4 districts that you're now looking at, so there's, the LGBT village. I raised that back in January 2019 or 20, I forget. Then there's the Chinatown challenge. Then there is Little Jamaica, and there is now Gary Street. So they are they're 4 different areas. They have different timelines of history, but I think the outcome is we're hoping to capture the same thing. How do you maintain the space for the human interactions, for that exchange of ideas and culture? And so I guess my question finally is that, can you describe to us, like early days still, but where do you think this report will ultimately end up? Is it to come back saying to us that, we need to create new planning tools that don't exist today? We need to devise new financial incentives to provide, the ownership of real estate, not just the ownership of business. Where do you think this report might be going?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, Councillor Wong-Tam, thank you for that question. I think the report's going to really reveal a number of things. I think it's going to help us to look at the very unique and distinct history of these neighborhoods that we're speaking about. I think it's certainly going to target some root cause issues that we can begin to focus our attention around an intersectional application of a solution. And I think it's also going to help us to develop some thinking about placemaking methodologies as we move forward, as well as looking at ways that we can support and enhance economic development in these spaces. I think it's a great opportunity for the City of Toronto to assume a leadership position and to do something that, quite frankly, hasn't been done in any city in the world. And so we're very excited by the 60 different stakeholder engagements that we've had thus far, and we look forward to continued collaborations on this file.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So just to be clear, at this point, we're really looking at just all you want from council at this point is the direction to proceed with broader public engagement. You have the sort of global span of other programs like it. You have some idea of downtown areas, but we're really just giving you authorization to go out to consult now.
Through the speaker, and thank you, Councillor Carroll. Absolutely, we are looking for council support to continue this work and to begin this very deep consultation that will respond, as Councillor Matlow has spoken, to being very specifically engaged with councillors, community stakeholders, relevant council advisory bodies, and the like, to make sure that we are developing a vibrant and robust plan.
Okay, so my question is, and it's a big one. It may seem like it's not, but it is a big one. What does that engagement look like in Etobicoke, North York, and Scarborough? Is there, can you give me a rough outline of the plan? How do you propose for that engagement to be deep and meaningful in those 3 areas, vast areas?
So thank you for your question, Councillor Carroll. I think that's exactly the next phase of the work that we're about to embark upon. So we are, in fact, beginning some work to develop and determine that robust consultation, and we would love to hear from all of the councillors impacted, because this really does affect all of the wards, so that we can get a sense of what this next step should look like, so that it responds to the needs of your community and your constituents.
So do you want to hear from us, here's the neighborhood I want you to choose, or do you want to hear from us how to reach our residents? Because I would hate for you to propose, North York is a very vast place. If I start at the eastern edge, which is my ward, and drive all the way to the western edge of what is the North York Service District, it is vast. The same is true if I drove north to south in Scarborough, and I would assume Etobicoke as well. So I would hate to see you come back with recommendations and there it all falls apart post-development of the plan because, oh, we never heard about this and you never looked at this spot. So how are we going to make sure that we've really reached out to every corner?
So through the speaker, and thank you for that question, Councillor Carroll, really we're very focused on trying to develop a formal process that will determine what the community conversations are that are relevant to the community with your support. So I think ultimately, you know, we understand that every ward has unique features, unique community and unique needs. And part of our consultation process will be able to look at gathering that kind of diversity. And that's what I refer to an intersectional approach, trying to make sure that we are kind of zoning in on the things that are most relevant and most important based upon the direction we're receiving from the community. And Dr. Mota, would you like to add anything?
Thank you, Cheryl. And through the speaker, I just want to highlight that it's very anchored when it comes to those 4 areas for now, given the motions that we received from council, but it's also about creating a process, right? For community, we still don't have a program in place. So based on your direction today, we will look into the different components for the program, etc. And then the idea is to have that clear process in place for communities themselves to see if they would like to be part of the program, right? So it's not about going and just designating areas as cultural districts.
Right. Right. So I'm wondering if I need to move a motion. I'm wondering if for those areas, I can see where this might devolve because we now have such vast size wards. Each of the wards in the suburbs is about the size of France. And so I'm wondering if there's benefit in first in each of those 3 areas, getting us together as a group so that we talk not just about, ooh, what's the hotspot in my neighborhood, but what is North York? What is Etobicoke? What is Scarborough? So that we're looking at it as, you know, because what they might see as truly a cultural district based on your guidelines, it might not be in Don Valley North, but it's still in North York. So I've got to be global in my thinking. Should we start with an engagement that is sort of global to sort of set that we're talking about all of North York now? And what are those cultural spots? Because what I want to replicate, like before you answer the question, is I don't hear the councillors from downtown saying, wait a minute, that Church and Wellesley district isn't in my ward. So why are we focused on it? Well, it's not in your ward. You know, it's a big part of the fabric of the legacy city of Toronto. And so I don't hear them arguing about it. And I want to achieve that in North York, Scarborough, and Etobicoke.
Okay, that was your last question.
Thanks, Madam
Thank you for your question, Councillor Carroll. I would suggest to you that we are very excited about the opportunity to determine some selection criterion together. And based on that criterion, we will move forward with this idea of, you know, recognizing cultural district and developing the program. So, you know, we have seen cities as large as Toronto and larger than Toronto implement a cultural district planning kind of framework. So we do know that there is, you know, there is a baseline for success. So we're going to be very, very focused on this idea of responding to challenges that we've seen in our city and trying to use this new opportunity to move forward and to trigger some new innovative thinking about the ways that we want to celebrate all of the uniqueness, the history, the cultural framework, the employment opportunities in our city. So we do see this as a great time to begin to have those conversations with you, and we look forward to it.
Okay,
thank you.
Forward to it. Thank you.
Councillor Matlow to speak.
I have a motion that I've worked with staff on to ensure that all necessary voices on the ground in the communities are represented at the table so that they can be co-authors of this strategy with us, and that they will always feel like this is done with them rather than at them, and I appreciate staff's support.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, on Councillor Matlow's motion. Oh, sorry. I got Councillor Wong Tam. Just put her name on.
Yeah, sorry, ma'am.
Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much. And sorry, Madam Speaker, I was trying to wait for my screen to unfreeze so I can add my name. Thank you very much to the staff who put together this report. I did express my enthusiasm for the work that's being developed at the committee, and I want to say thank you. I do have a motion. If the clerk can please put that on the screen for me, I would appreciate that. And while they get that up and running, the motion is broken down into, hello?
We don't have your motion, Councillor Wong Tam.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Okay, I sent it on Wednesday. I'll resend it, not a problem, Madam Speaker. If you can come back to me, I'll try to do that very quickly.
Okay. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Yes, I can speak, Madam Speaker, because I don't have a motion. I simply want, I can speak in support of Councillor Matlow's motion because he has added basically the things that staff just answered. I think it's important always for us to flesh this out. I don't think it's a waste of time to add in some of those specifics when we're talking about public engagement, so that it's clear, so that a bar is set, so that the residents looking at this know, yes, you are going to, they know going in, you are going to be consulted. You are a stakeholder in this. We do have BIAs in the suburbs, increasingly so, and they need to be part of it. We don't have as probably as many places that spring to mind for absolutely every Torontonian. But perhaps that's why we need this program more than even the areas that we're talking about. If they're already springing to mind for people all across Toronto, what does every Torontonian know? If they're really looking for Greek cuisine and that vibrant avenue life, they know where to go. Absolutely, they know where to go. But do people know that about the similar spots in Etobicoke, North York, and Scarborough? I don't think nearly as much. So I think focusing in on what the engagement's going to look like, because they're also the neighborhoods that are the hardest to engage, especially now. People have sort of hunkered down. And so if we're going to be a part of the post-pandemic reset, if we're going to see these types of cultural vibrancy programs resourced and built up in our neighborhoods, the engagement piece is going to be tough. But what Councillor Matlow has added is all the things that I would have, but I did hear them from Ms. Blackburn. I'm confident that this is going to happen. The only thing I'm not confident about is that all of this will be ready to come back with things fully fleshed out by the third quarter of 2022. It's we're talking about a little less than a year from now being ready to go. So I hope that that's possible, but I can certainly support the motion. And I look forward to a real robust effort on making sure that in those three areas, we really make the best effort to work together as councillor and community, to look at our whole area and be honest about where the obvious space is. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Wong Tam again.
Just one moment, please.
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, your motion is on the screen.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to once again thank staff for their hard work. I recognize that this body of work is relatively new, and it's also very exciting because there are numerous jurisdictions that have attempted to define culture, to preserve and promote culture, especially in the light of rapid gentrification in urban areas. It's oftentimes been a patchwork, which means that every jurisdiction does things a little bit differently. What I'm really excited about, Madam Speaker, is that Toronto is the most diverse city in the world. We have the greatest ambassadors culturally who represent other parts of the world who found themselves here. And we have one of the most vibrant and most diverse LGBT communities here. And I'm actually very keen to see what a Toronto cultural district plan would look like. How would we do something different versus our municipal counterparts abroad and even within Canada? I want to just be able to highlight a couple of things. One of the great learnings that I had before I moved my original motion back in January 2020, and this was when I was trying to do a scan myself, and we were doing research internally in my office on what could we do to protect LGBT spaces, drag performance spaces, and other types of establishments. And the work that we did probably gave us the same insight that staff are now looking at, is that it really won't work unless we can come up with some new innovative tools and financial tools in particular that help promote and protect small businesses. I have hosted a panel discussion. I've written op-eds about, how do we preserve cultural spaces? And one thing that keeps coming back to the forefront is that small businesses need to own their own real estate. They need to be able to have permanent control over their asset in order for them to maintain what they really want to do is the physical space for communities to come together. And that's something very different than perhaps what is defined in the Heritage Act, which oftentimes talks about the brick and mortar, the style of architecture, who might have been a person of historical importance that lived there. And for many of our communities, we may not meet those criteria and thresholds. And at the same time, all these businesses want to do is provide the space. And sometimes that means that they have to serve alcohol, they have to start selling this or that. And businesses have said to me, all they want to do is create the space for people to come together, exchange of cultural ideas, to the sharing of cultural knowledge, and also to build that community of interest. That is the work that staff are tasked with doing. And I know that this is going to be hard. I know that there will be a wide range of opinions, and we're going to have to find that balance. But we will probably need to exceed the balance, because if we were to only balance it, we're probably not going to come out with the right outcome, because these communities are the ones that have been disproportionately impacted. So we're going to have to be able to put together, as Cheryl Blackman said, that intersectional approach to making sure that those spaces are protected, and we give them the tools to do so. And we build the right economic conditions for those businesses to flourish so they can continue to provide space. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm really looking forward to this work and the consultation to come.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion.
I do have a question of the mover. I went through the original to see where you're making changes here. I do have one question. No one disputes consulting with equity deserving communities, and it's in the recommendations to, of course, consult with advisory committees to council. But I just want to clarify, want to make sure you have added report back through the 2S LGBTQ+ advisory committee before bringing it to council. Is that so that they can see it and provide further input? You're not suggesting by having it reported there that they would make recommendations that all the other advisory committees would not be allowed to make?
No, Councillor Carroll. The recommendation is to make sure that this report and bodies of it, portions of it, will have significant interest for our committee. So as we generally do, any subjects that have interested matters to the advisory committee, we oftentimes send it to them first for comments. So they will get a sneak preview, and perhaps they can even be part of the consultation. Cheryl Blackman and her team have already come to the committee on 2 occasions, specifically to talk to us about, number one, what was the nature of the motion. They gave us a preview of what was to come. So it is largely to solicit advice. And ultimately, our recommendations at that committee will have to go to the executive committee and then to council for final adoption anyways.
So we've already heard that they are part of the consultation, as is the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Body and other advisory bodies of council are already included in the consultation. I guess I'm just nervous about the report back language. If they're reporting to them, it feels like it gives them an extra voice. You just want them to be consulted.
Yes, to be consulted, and I
It
use the
seems as
report.
if they are an official advisory body of council. It seems to me that they're going to be.
Well, and it would be very strange for a final report, or at least, close to the final recommendations to go straight to the Economic and Community Development Committee without this document coming back to us LGBT community first. One of the reasons why this body of work is even before us today is largely because my original motion back in January 2020, which sort of set into motion all of the other motions and activity to come. So in many ways, we originated this body of work, and we're hoping to have a final look at it before it goes back to council.
Thank
Right.
you. Thank you.
You as okay.
Councillor Carroll,
I'll
that was
cover
your
it
last-
offline. Yes.
Okay.
I'll finish offline, Madam Speaker. It's just a sentence I needed to complete while we're on air. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to redisplay Councillor Wong Tam's motion. Okay. All right, so the first motion is by Councillor Matlow. Yeah. Motion by Councillor Matlow, motion 1, it's on the screen. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Motion by Councillor Wong Tam, we'll put that on the screen. It's on the screen. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Item is amended. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Our next item is IE 25.3 that Councillor Layton has held down. Yeah. Okay. Before we go into that item for questions, I'm going to move a motion that we break for lunch from 12:30 to 1:30 to shorten our lunch hour. All in favor? Carried. Before we go to the next item, is there any quick releases? No? Okay, Councillor
There's
Ainsley.
Councillor Ainsley.
Councillor Ainsley, yes.
Yeah, I held members motion 3721, and there's a friendly amendment with the support of Councillor Bidal that I'm moving. I think it's ready.
Okay, it's on the screen. The amendment by Councillor Ainsley, this is on MM 3721, which is to enhance compliance after the permit process. So on the amendment by Councillor Ainsley, all in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item as amended, all in favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll? You're on mute, Councillor Carroll.
Sorry about that. I'm having trouble getting my mute button. Yes, on MM 37.10, I think clerks now have the motion, or I don't know if they're ready to put it up.
Okay, yes, we do have it, Councillor Carroll, so we'll put it.
Okay, wonderful. This is on the item celebrating 100 years since the founding of the Township of North York, moved by Councillor Pasternak. I simply wanted to add back what was in my original request months ago to staff, and I want to keep that there. I know the deadline is short for intergovernmental affairs, but I don't think we should give up on that. That City Council direct the city manager and the General Manager, Economic Development and Culture, to seek the support of the federal and provincial governments in supporting community celebrations of the 100th anniversary of the incorporation of the Township of North York. This is something I asked staff about offline months ago, long before this motion, and then discussed it with North York Community Council, which is why you see the motion here. And while time is short, the centennial is June, I think that both those governments should want to have a part in this celebration, just as they did the Legacy City of Toronto semi-sesquicentennial and so on and so forth.
Okay.
And heaven knows there will be more. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the amendment on the screen by Councillor Carroll, Amendment 3710. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried.
Gerald, it's me. I thought I sent you something, but I guess I didn't. I'm looking to find out the youth.
Okay, just one sec, Councillor Fletcher. Let's just finish this vote. Oh, you're on, sorry. Item is amended. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Are there any further quick releases? Okay, so we will be breaking. So we'll just start. Maybe we have time for a couple questions on IE 25.3. Okay, but count. Are they? Yeah. So Councillor Layton, you held the item down. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't. I actually tried to quick release it this morning. So
Okay.
there seems to be a couple of people with questions, so I do not.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you have a question?
Yes, I do think. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. All of the salaries, benefits, and everything else is all laid out in the 416 contract. Would I be right if I said that?
Through the speaker, that's correct, Councillor Fletcher.
And so, that's a public document, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Councillor.
Yeah. So in just looking at the private haulers, no matter who it is, do you have information on any of the comparables? So is there a benefits plan? What's that? Who's it with? Is there a pension plan for the workers at the comparable? I guess this is being awarded to GFL. So do you have the comparables for GFL? Are those public, or would you have them?
Through the speaker, those comparables are not public, and the contractors that work for solid waste and for the city have to abide by the fair wage policy, and there's requirements in there on benefits and salaries.
And how does that compare to the actual contract with 416? Exactly the same, or are there some differences in that?
Through the speaker to the councillor, I believe there are differences depending on the categories of trades and skills within 416 compared to the fair wage policy, but I'd have to defer any analysis on that to the fair wage office.
Are they on the phone? Are they here today, Mr. Killer?
I'm not sure, councillor, but we can follow up with them.
So you're getting a report. There's a report coming just about diversion rates and everything else, correct? I think when's that coming, in January or December?
So through the speaker to the councillor, the report was requested by IEC in I believe it's January, February of next year.
Oh, okay. So at that point, would it be possible to now put in, we could compare to see if we're paying exactly the same rates, benefits for our workforce as whatever workforce is now won the contract. So we kind of understand if it's completely level playing field, or if somehow perhaps within that, I forget how much it was. What is the amount there? Is 100 million? Is that the amount of this contract?
No, councillor, the contract's approximately $89 million.
Oh, 89. Okay. So for the 89 million, how does that compare and I know there's just operations compared to the actual payroll side. Would that be hard to do?
So through you, Chair, to the councillor, with regards to your first question on comparing a contractor's salary versus 416, what we'd be able to do is compare 416 salaries to the fair wage policy salaries. We would not be able to provide explicit detail on all the salaries within a contract.
But I think the Fair Wage Office would be able to say how the fair wage contract is being applied for that workforce, correct? Perhaps
I
that,
believe so.
So would I need a motion to have that added in? Would you like me
No.
to do that by a motion, or would you undertake to do that? Maybe I should do that by a motion for whenever that report back. Let's just compare and make sure that that everybody's got a good job, because we pride ourselves in good jobs at the city. And I'd like to make sure that it's exactly even.
So through the chair to the councillor, if you would prefer to put a motion forward so we know exactly what you're looking for, happy to entertain getting back to you with that required information.
Okay, or I could just tell you directly, but I think I'll just ask for that. If not, if I don't make the motion, because it's going to take a while, would you undertake through the Fair Wage Office to bring that comparison forward when it's coming?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'll work with you in your office to better understand the requirements that you're looking for and try to input that into the next report.
I won't impose an office on a motion on the clerks today. If you're willing to do that, I'm happy to do that too. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And through to staff. I mean, it's obvious from the report today that the cost and promised savings from private pickup has dissipated and melted away. And I'm just curious to know, how did we arrive here? How is it now that we're not saving any real money for the taxpayers, and we're not necessarily getting more diversion away from the landfills?
So through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, when we're looking at District 1, we don't have an internal and external comparison. We have a contracted out comparison. That service has been contracted out since before amalgamation. When we're looking at District 2, we do have an internal versus external service delivery model comparison. It was reviewed by the Auditor General when the first contract went for District 2. And that savings at that time, I believe it was 2014, was approximately $11 million. The cost to service District 2 in-house was approximately $30 million. And with a contracted service, it became $20 million. So fast forward to today in District 2, District 2 costs around $23 million. So we've seen those savings of approximately $10 million for the past 6 or 7 years within the program. Right now, those costs are now are within the system. So there are no additional savings because we've been saving approximately $10 million a year for 7 years.
Was the system designed that way? Is that if it was going to be cheaper on the in front and on the on ramp to outsource, that eventually those savings would dissipate? Was that always designed and built into the program?
So through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, the savings haven't dissipated. If District 2 was still in-house based on the figures that are available from 2014 when it was in-house, the cost would be approximately $10 million more than what it is today for District 2. That work was contracted out. Those savings were realized. The budget was reduced and carried forward over the past number of years because the resources were not required on that broader cost. So based on the only district within the city that has been contracted out, those savings have been $10 million and have been baked into our overall program for the past 7 or 8 years.
Okay, thank you. And then the report that's before us today, it pretty much confirms that we're not going to be saving any money, that the cost to deliver the waste program and the diversions are pretty much the same. I'm just curious to know, because I think at the committee, Councillor Cole moved a motion seeking more information, basically wanting to know a few more sort of categories of information that he was looking for. And that information was supposed to come back to the Infrastructure and the Environment Committee in January 2022. And that includes how the costs are calculated and what are the actual savings and so forth. And at the same time, after the motion was adopted, the recommendation from Councillor Cole, the committee then proceeded to adopt the recommendation in the staff report, which was to authorize the GM of solid waste to award and enter into a contract with GFL. So just to clarify, did the committee give you permission to, or give the permission to go ahead and make this award of a contract? Despite the fact that it seemed to me they still wanted a bit more information. That information will not be coming until January 2022. What is the sequence of events here?
Through the speaker to the councillor, the authorization is now in front of council to direct me to enter into this contract. And based on the recommendation and direction from IEC, I will be reporting back in January with additional information on diversion rates and costs and those other items that you outlined. But
so thank you. So really it's up to this council to decide on whether or not we want to give you the authority to award the contract to GFL in advance of receiving the actual information that Councillor Cole was looking for, which is going to be fast approaching in January 2022 back to the committee. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was your last question. Okay, we're recessed to 1:30. Okay, thank you. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council was considering item IE 25.3 on an award of request for quotation to GFL. We will return to that item after the release of member holds. If you do have any releases, please put your name on the list if you have an item to release.
Just on a point of order, Madam Speaker,
Point of order.
will you give us another opportunity, or may council have another opportunity to do this before the meeting closes? We're just trying to get some stuff sorted out. It's not quite ready.
Yes.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any quick releases? Okay, so we'll go to the list. We were asking questions. Councillor Carroll.
Okay, I'm ready. Madam Speaker, people were supposed to do some releases because I just took a bite of lunch, but I'll manage anyway. If staff are back to the floor, my question is a follow-up from an answer you gave this morning. The efficiencies, the report tells us that part of the reason it's so affordable in District 2 on the east side of Yonge Street is that there have been certain efficiencies, rationalization of yards, route efficiencies, things like that have been done. And so we've been able to realize some savings on the public collection side over the years. Is that not the case?
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor.
Right. So on the west side, once you've fixed in at your contract, you can suggest efficiencies to the contractor. You can negotiate certain things with them, but you don't have total control over that. They simply guarantee they're going to deliver it at a certain price, right?
Through the chair, that's generally correct, Councillor.
Yeah. So you don't really know if the collection would be $10 million more today on the west side, because the full nature of the work you've been able to do on the east side, you can't really do on the west side. So you don't really know. You might have been able to realize the same efficiencies there. So we can't really say exactly what solid waste on the west side would cost today if things had remained the same. Am I missing something?
Through the chair to the councillor, there can be extrapolations done in terms of what efficiencies were able to be generated on the east side in-house, and maybe mirrored on the west side if able. But based on the cost of business in District 2 in 2013, 2014 compared to the contracted out cost, there has been that $10 million savings for the past 7 years within the system.
Right, but they are just extrapolations. So, but you're not quarreling with the calculations that a deputy brought to the Works Committee that in pure math, on the basis of the number of households in the west and the number of households in the east, it's almost a wash, but in fact, slightly lower on the east side at this point. So that's the most real thing we can look at, is it not? The snapshot of today.
So through the chair to the councillor, there's a couple snapshots that we can look at. The figures that were provided where the costs are relatively the same per household were estimates from the 2022 budget. We can also backcast and look at what the actuals have been for 2021 and 2020 to see, and that information will be coming forward to council in that report that we've been asked to report back in January.
Yes, I look forward to that. That's a great motion. And I'm wondering if before embarking on another long-term contract, I'm wondering if you did a sort of cross-country scan. I didn't go outside the country, but I've looked at a number of cities where they are piloting coming back in, or they're sitting in the same position as us, where they contracted out half and half, and it's turning out to be a wash years later. Some are bringing it back in. Winnipeg, I guess, is the closest thing to a peer. It's a bigger city. They began a pilot to come back in-house in 2020. Did you look at any of those findings across the country before starting a new contract process?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we did not look at how all other jurisdictions or many other jurisdictions were contracting in or out for the District 1 contract. We did bring forward our approach to contracting or continuing to contract out District 1 back in January for discussion. So, but there is, a number of communities that are looking at bringing work in or bringing work out. Some of that has to do with resiliency of being able to do more work than what the job entails in terms of having staff able to be deployed into other situations and other areas of contracting work out to make sure that there's that competitive tension between in and out, and making sure that if all the work is contracted out, there's a risk that we could start paying an elevated fee, and if all the work is in-house, there's that challenge as well that we may not be as competitive. But like you mentioned earlier, the costs are very similar to one another.
One more question, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, Matt. I just have one more question. It's not meant to be a trick question either.
Last question.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, you know what? I'm not going to even ask it because I'll save you some time, Madam Speaker. I'll just mention it in my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you. So how did we get here? Like, this is not a surprise that this contract is before us today and that it needs to be renewed. And what is the time crunch behind this? Like, why is it important that we get this done today?
So through the chair to the councillor, that's a great question. In terms of why is it here? So again, we were at council in January with an information report on our way forward in terms of continuing to contract out District 1. That report was approved, and we continued with that process. It went to market. It's been bid on. If there was a change of strategic position from council to want to insource that work, at this point in time, we would not be able to source the vehicles, the equipment, the yards, and the staff in time to provide a seamless transition of service in 2020.
Okay. And why, what was taken into account in this procurement? Like, how is it looking at environmental issues as well? I mean, you spoke to some of the fuel sourcing, but also how does this address the unknowns that we have with the extended producer responsibility?
So through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, this contract has enabled the city to manage its risks in terms of that unknown transition to extended producer responsibility by having a $0 break fee if there is a requirement to stop collecting recyclables, and if the producers decide to do that themselves, we have built that into the contract. From an environmental standpoint, all of the vehicles that are being supplied by GFL are compressed natural gas, so not diesel, and that mirrors the work that we're doing on our in-house fleet on the east side. And also when we're looking at some of the safety improvements on this contract, we've built in 360 cameras and other areas that will enhance safety in that district as well.
So we may not be in the recycling business under EPR. That is an unknown to us right now.
Through the chair, that is an unknown proposition right now, correct?
Okay. And then back to this, the decision about insourcing versus outsourcing, that was dealt with in our January decision, right? To give you the authority to go out and go for tender, right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Very quickly, in earlier questions, you maintained that there's still savings in District 2, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, based on the information that we had from the bidding process and our internal costs in 2013-2014.
So the 2013-2014 internal costs, did they include the same collection routes?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, yes, it would have been the entire District 2 area. that would have been reviewed, but this is District 1 for this contract.
So my information may be wrong, but in District 2, the city's collection included Toronto Islands. Does the current contract include Toronto Islands?
Through the councillor, I believe so, but if Lisa Duncan is on the line, I'd ask her to confirm.
Through the chair to you, Councillor, the Toronto Islands are part of the District 3 in-house collections.
But at one point in time, when we're doing a cost comparison for District 2, that time frame, 2013, they were in District 2, correct?
That would have been prior to contracting out in 2012. They would have been part of in-house collections.
In District, but sorry, were there costs in District 2 or District 3?
3.
At the point of contracting out?
Correct.
My impression is that they were, and we may need to clarify this offline, is they were lumped in District 2, right? Or, sorry, you're saying no, but I think we may want to check that, and we can do that offline. Overnight collection, was that factored into the 2013 in-house number?
Yes, those are all part of in-house costs, nights, and also the island. So when we put out the RFQ for the D2 contract, it did not include the Toronto Island.
But it previously was included in District 2 costs. It's just correct. Now collected as part of District 3.
That's
okay.
Correct.
The overnight collection, that was previously in District 2 costs that we're using for this comparison, but they're reflected in the District 2 contract, correct?
Correct. Yes, you are correct.
So we are not comparing apples to apples. There are two major cost items that are not reflected in that number. Just to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. Matt, I just want to ask you, are you very comfortable with these committee recommendations going forward today?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, we're very comfortable with these recommendations.
Thank you. That's my question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you to the GM. What's the price per household pickup in the contract? What does the contract say per household?
So through the chair to the councillor, the price in the contract is built on a per ton fee, and versus a resident calculation. That per resident calculation or per household calculation was provided in a news article.
Oh, I see. Okay, so that wasn't our figure. We pay by the ton.
That is correct, councillor.
And if people throw out more garbage, we pay more, and people throw it a little bit less, we pay a little less because the tons go up and down.
That's correct, councillor.
And what about recycling?
That's the same pricing format as well per ton.
Oh, it's the same. Okay. And so is it the same price per ton for recycling?
It's slightly lower, and if we are, I'd have to defer to Michael Patchalock if we're allowed to disclose any of those contracting prices.
No, that's fine. Okay. And what happens if things change across the city with respect to how collections are done with respect to the provincial model? We have a clause in this contract to deal with it. What happens on the other side, the in-house side?
So through you, Chair, to the councillor, that would be something that we'd be bringing forward to council or committee and council mid next year based on our negotiations and discussions with the producer groups to determine, number one, if they would like to do the service themselves or if they would like the city to do that service for them. We'd be bringing back our recommendations on both of those approaches depending on those outcomes.
Of course, but if they do the service themselves, does that mean we've got like extra trucks and extra workers we now need to do something with?
Through the chair to the councillor, that is a possibility.
And that would be significant, would it not? Like lots of trucks and lots of people. You don't have to give me a number, but even, would be big or a small deal?
So through the chair to the councillor, it would be a medium deal, to be quite honest. We have been managing a number of those risks by bringing on temporary staff and pushing out our useful life of our equipment within our capital program. So we're not buying vehicles that will be redundant. So we are managing that potential risk of the city not being used by a producer.
Okay, but back to this contract, the contract mitigates that possibility because we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen in a year.
That's correct. So this contract is mitigated by allowing us to carve off the recycling component at a zero cost to the city.
Okay, and finally, does anyone ever call you and say, you know, I wish it was this truck or that truck? I wish it had a logo on it, a city logo or a different logo, or do they just say, I want my garbage picked up? It's either there or it's not at the end of the day.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, I've not received a phone call requesting a certain service provider to provide the service. As long as when the resident comes home, the materials are off the street, they're happy with that outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Keller.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak. Councillor Layton? No? Okay. Councillor Perks to speak?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not going to be voting for this. I am so tired of this debate. The facts of the matter are very, very simple. When we contracted out the District 2, we did not replace the truck fleet that we used to have, and now we can't compete. It's as simple as that. And what happens is the companies that win those bids come in with predatory prices. They lowball their bid, take a loss for a few years until the municipality can no longer compete against them. They make sure that the public has to rely on a contracted out service. And then over time, the price rises beyond what we were at when we were delivering them publicly. This model of predatory pricing is well understood in the literature about contracting out natural monopolies. It's the reason that although it looked like we saved money in the first few years, we're now paying about the same on a per household basis, which is the way that people think about it, by the way. How we structure our contract is immaterial. It's how much it costs the taxpayer, as Councillor Holyday would call them, to get that service, even though it's on a rate. So I am so tired of us misleading ourselves into thinking we're saving money, when in fact what we're doing is making ourselves a captive market that in future will have to pay any price that the company who owns the infrastructure, the trucks, the back of office and all that wants us to pay. It's bad service, it's at a bad price, and what it does is transfer money from wages to investors. It's bad for the people who live and work in the city of Toronto in this sector and in other similar ones that we've contracted out. Try as hard as you might. The fact of the matter is, per household, we don't save money, but investors make money, workers lose money, and we are now trapped because we, as Mr. Keller said, we no longer have the trucks and we couldn't take it back in-house even if we wanted to.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do have a motion, if the clerk can please put that on the screen. The motion is fairly straightforward. I'm asking that we refer recommendation number 1 back to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, back to the GM and the report back, along with the information that's requested in recommendation number 2. The committee can make a decision once they have all that information in front of them. It's not a very long deferral process, but rather it's coming back in January. And I think that that is probably Not a, I personally think it's a good move. It's a smart business move because we need to know what is exactly before us and how are decisions being made. The proposal here is a contract award for a minimum of 5 years with 2 options to renew for 1 year period. So based on what we have today is we have to make a decision 7 years out, but we start today. But the contract itself for service doesn't really, doesn't start until July the 1st, 2023. So by all accounts, Madam Speaker, I think we actually have some time as council to exercise our ability to do some due diligence. I really appreciate the motion that was put forth, I believe by Councillor Kroll at the committee. Although I wasn't able to watch the entire committee meeting, I did catch some of it. And then there were some really great questions that were asked, but unfortunately there wasn't great answers, not necessarily because staff wasn't willing, they just didn't have the information before us. And so they couldn't share it with the committee, which means that this committee was not able to make a fully informed decision, let's just say that. And that means that same way council is being asked to reward a contract, even though there were some really excellent questions asked and answers that didn't come forth. The questions that we need to have a better understanding on, Madam Speaker, are the following. There needs to be a full understanding of the different costs associated with the service delivery, including how those costs are being calculated. And we've heard a little bit between different councillors asking if they're going to be costing it by total weight of refuge collected, or if it's going to be divided by households. Like, there seems to be some inconsistent reporting and methodology, and I'd like it to be all one thing. So therefore we compare, as Councillor Layton calls it, apples to oranges, and I think that would be a prudent business practice. The other thing is that I'm really curious because at the beginning of the process, which I was here for, council wanted to know whether or not it was going to be cheaper to contract out, and but we also wanted to know if we were going to get better service. If you recall, there was perceptions that city workers were not good workers, and that's really what led us down this pipeline. Including the fact that if the work wasn't delivered well, then why are we paying them, right? So why are we retaining them? And we were sold this concept that somehow contracting out, waste management, which I consider to be a critical city service, somehow contracting that out, we were going to get better service from private contractor, for-profit companies, and we were going to be able to pay less. So far, we've learned that the savings aren't there in the long run. They're not necessarily going to materialize, and we're about to send off a reward of a contract again. The other thing that has never really come back to us is, are we getting better service, and how has that service been improved, and what are the areas of improvement still outstanding? I'm also very interested in knowing, like, if the service provision isn't up to standard, what happens afterwards? Like, I know I can contact city staff and say, this is what a complaint that came through my constituency, and can you help me resolve it? I don't know if it's always the same way if it's contracted out. So I want to know, what are the penalties being leveraged? What are the warnings? Who's doing a great job? Where are the complaints landing? The issue around diversion has been talked about, but I don't feel like we've really landed on it, and certainly I haven't heard the answers today. And I think that we need to know more about diversion rate and success when the staff report back to IEC in January. There's a couple of other things listed in that motion from Councillor Cole, but I would like us
10
to
seconds.
think through I'd like us to think through the entire package together in January once it comes back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Deputy Mayor Min Wong. 3 minutes for clarification of the motion.
I'm okay, Francis. I'll just speak to this. And is this a deferral motion of the item in its totality?
It's a referral motion. I refer the recommendation back to staff.
So do we speak on the referral after that? That's a point of order, Madam Chair.
Just 1 sec, please. It's an amendment because it's only referring back one recommendation. So Councillor Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak?
I would. I'd like to remind people, I didn't think it would be necessary, but how we got here. Remember that dirty, stinky, smelly strike we had when David Miller was mayor that I would think that most residents in the city of Toronto still remember? That's one of the reasons why we contracted out garbage. Because we didn't want to be beholden to the unions, and residents said simply enough. That's one of the reasons why we have more contracting out. And one of the reasons, and I can understand why some of my friends on the left don't want to mention this, is because when you contract out the garbage, every 4 years we're going to have a collective agreement discussion, and our union friends are going to use that as a negotiating chip. Give us what we want, or we'll bring the city to a stop, and we'll let those dirty, stinky, huge piles of garbage be collected in our hockey rinks and in our parks, all over the place. When we contract out garbage, they can't hold that over us. That's one of the reasons why we're doing it. And let's also not forget, in that contract, we got a great deal, better than we thought we would, and we saved $88 million, and we're still saving that money. And so I think we should move forward. One of the reasons why I think we also need to move forward, if I understand this correctly from the last round, way back when we contracted out, is the reason why I think we've put it to 2023 is because the contractor has to arrange their affairs, and that includes buying rolling stock, and that takes some time. So the contract has to be awarded, certain things have to be put into place, and I think that's why staff have brought this to us. In terms of penalties, I know that the counselor said one of the counselors said that they didn't understand if there were penalties. My understanding, if the arrangements are the same as they've always been, is there are inspectors and there are penalties. And if any of our contractors do not collect the garbage properly, they'll be given a financial penalty. And finally, one of the reasons why collection has got so much better on the public side is because the private collectors have forced the public side to up their game. And that's what they've done. And that's why we contracted out. And that's why we need to continue to do that. Otherwise, the public sector side will become more inefficient as they did before. So let's vote on this. Let's award this contract. Let's move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find myself in the rare occasions where I really agree with the Deputy Mayor on this. The time for outsourcing or making a decision about that versus outsourcing was last January, and we gave the solid waste general manager the authority to issue this contract to go out and do procurement. And we have before us a contract that looked at cost. It looked at technology, about the Vision Zero cameras and stuff that are on there. And it looked at the environmental benefits as well, and they're using compressed natural gas instead. The current contract also allows us to have flexibility to deal with the unknown regarding extended producer responsibility. We don't even know if we're going to be in the recycling game in a few years, and there is a zero cost break in this contract. We simply can't bring this in-house even if we want to, given all of those uncertainties that are there. And the general manager was also clear that at the current time, we don't have the time to even do that if we want, because this needs to be in place for next summer. So on that basis, I don't support deferring this item. We need to make the decision on this today, and I'm hopeful that all of you on council will also recognize that.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And the deputy mayor is right about one thing. Nobody likes a garbage strike. Nobody. I kind of envy the GTA from time to time, because they weren't forced into an amalgamation that pulls all of us together by a conservative government in quite the same way we were. And so, well, the back end of solid waste can be done by their region. The curbside collection is negotiated muni by muni. And so the last time they had a garbage strike, which was in 2016, more recently than us, it only affected about 180,000 homes in Brampton. A few years earlier, there was a similar strike of a private contractor again. These are private contractors in Mississauga. Because over time, often when you settle in, if you settle in with a contractor and continue to renew them, someone comes to organize those folks. It happens. It's Canadian labor law. And so we're always vulnerable to that as well. I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank Mayor Tory for taking the right approach back in 2016. What he said back then was I don't want to make this argument and make this decision ideologically. I want to look at the facts. I want to look at the numbers. And at that time, it had come to light that after the first 4 or 5 years, we were more or less awash, east and west. We didn't have the $11 million savings necessarily that we could 100% prove, because you're able to improve operations when it's public service workers. And we had equal costs on either side. And on that basis, he made a speech at that time, similar to a lot of us, that it makes sense not to go ahead and contract out 100% of curbside collection. Let's keep that dynamic tension. And I'm a realist. I could support Councillor Wong Tam's motion. We are definitely going to do a contract. I see the writing on the wall. But paying attention to the fact that over time, as all the research says, from Dr. Mildred Warner back in 2006 and every time since, over time, the real operational savings will adjust and evaporate. We know that to be the case. That is the real world, which is why I think today's discussion was valuable. This is the biggest entity we have in which we can measure that effect within our own operations, and it's worth measuring, because this isn't the only division where we seek to contract out, always with the promise of savings, and eventually it turns out you still have to pay the bill. And because private contracts have a global inflationary clause on them, and we all know where inflation is going right now, often the inflationary clause that you're applying to the whole contract, which means you're paying the inflation not only on the cost of the truck and the worker, but the CEO of the company, because it's a global inflation number. Whereas in our own operations, we can say, well, the labor contract is X. Right now we have a wage freeze for senior staff and ourselves, so that wouldn't be factored into the cost of garbage. There are things you can do on the public side when you need to that you can't do when you're locked into a contract. And yet we continue to do this, not just here, where we're probably not going to turn it back, but we continue to enter into these things, particularly right now at the TTC. I'm generally the only person who votes against doing it. And my reasons for doing so are financial. They're not ideological. They're financial. Why have lousy labor relations and terrible relationships because you keep doing that when you're not even going to get savings out of it beyond the first 3 years? That's why we keep having this conversation. Fine, keep this dynamic tension. But for all of these other opportunities, can we put ideology aside and ask ourselves the question, are the savings really there? Will they be there 3 years from now? And if so, if they're not going to be there 3 years from now, what else are we putting at risk? And why bother when we can continue to innovate and find efficiency
10
and have
seconds.
good relationships? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. my mid 40s, and I remember as a little boy in the 80s, helping my dad load the car with garbage and drive it to the tennis court, filled with a mountain of garbage, big black bags and refuse and stuff piled up and animals all around. But since then, and I've lived in Etobicoke all my life, that's the last time I ever remember garbage being not picked up. I may have forgotten something, but it's been a very, very, very long time since there was an interruption in service. So I like that. I'm happy as a homeowner now and a household. The garbage gets picked up every day. Every day that's put out, no problem. And in fact, as a counselor, I get very, very few calls about problems with garbage pickup. So something's working good. Some news stories ran on this recently, and I had a flurry of email that said, "Counselor, I hear this is up for debate at council. Please don't mess it up. It's working great here in Etobicoke. We're happy." So that's my ask of council is, look, please support the residents, support what they need. That's garbage collection. They want the garbage gone when they put it out to the curb. And you can think whatever you want, but I'm happy with the service. And so are all the people that live around me. So don't mess that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Speaker, can I get just a couple of words in? Not a big, long speech as Councillor Cressy is expecting, but something a little shorter, a little punchier.
Okay, it's just that Councillor Perruzza, you didn't have your name on the list, so I didn't know you wanted to speak.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I just, when I heard you go to last speaker, I don't want to speak after the mayor. Thank you. Can I or no?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I don't know. I guess we're gonna kind of going back in time. You probably all know how I feel about this. I always thought we made a big mistake when we decided, to sort of to go the contracting out route, because I believe that at the end of the day, not only will we be paying more, but we'll be subject to all of those things that Councillor Holyday worries about. Garbage having to collect at a stadium or a tennis court or somewhere else, because once we are basically subject to private interests, we will, Madam Speaker, be pushed to the limits each and every time on all of this. Imagine, I guess there's one good thing that we were told that surprised me at the committee from the sort of the model that we have now, is that the private collectors are actually a training ground for new city employees. Because, as soon as somebody gets trained with the private collectors and an opening comes available at the city level where they can make more money, they jump to that. Imagine, Speaker, us paying Torontonians a few bucks more to collect garbage, keep the money here. They make a little more money. They're able to spend a little more money in our economy. You take out those profits. It's a win-win for everybody. I didn't have a chance to ask staff some of those questions, but those are all important questions that we never ask. It's too bad that this is always an ideological debate. It's really too bad. It's too bad that it always comes down to ideology. I will never ever convince Councillor Min and Wong that having municipal employees collect garbage is the better way to go, irrespective of how much money we stand to save in that regard. I get that. Probably Councillor Holyday will probably fall in the same camp too. I'm not sure. I hope not. But that's the reality here of the conversation we always have. And it's really, really too bad, because I always thought that our public employees do a really, really good job. We pay them a decent wage, and you know what else? The money stays here. Working families here have a little more money to spend here, and in our overall broader economy just does a little bit better. I don't see anything wrong with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mayor Tory.
I actually, just following along on Councillor Prutz's remarks, I don't see anything wrong with that either. I decry and I heard Councillor Carroll make reference to the fact that I had said back in some previous discussion of this, that I hope that we don't make a decision on the basis of ideology. And I stand by those words today. And my position on this, as it was before, is not ideological. It is practical. Let's remember the discussion the last time was only about whether you would even put the east end of the city up for bid to see what the prices were, and we decided not to do that, and I withdrew that matter, and that's fine with me. And here we are today with the people in the public sector side of this doing a great job in the east end of the city, as I believe are the people in the west end of the city doing a great job. But back to the main point, which I think is the main point for people to think about in making this decision today, Speaker, which is that are we going to follow a process whereby we had our professional public servants, and I know I'm a bit of a broken record on this, but I don't know why we have all these people working for us and doing analysis and giving us advice if we're just going to, first of all, make a decision back in January about the direction in which we're going to go, and that was after due consideration of a report brought forward at that time, and then pursuant to that direction given to them in January, and with all the practicalities we have to take into account, which I'll come back to, in front of us today, make a decision to change that policy or delay the implementation of that policy because somehow somebody, thinks that they know better. And at the end of the day, there was no evidence presented today, that suddenly would justify a jarring change in that process that was decided upon back in January. And that means to me that the principal motivation of those who want to delay this or not sign it or change it is ideological. Because when you listen to the practicalities from Mr. Kelleher, who I would say is one of our most respected public servants, and I don't say that to butter him up, I think it's just true. He does an excellent job and he gives sound advice backed up by the work that they've done. And they don't have the answer to every single question, but they sure have had an answer to enough of them last January to get our approval to proceed on this course. But he said, first of all, that there was a doubt on the time crunch, I think was what he called it, or what one of his questioners did. There's a doubt as to whether we could, for example, if the decision was taken to insource this, whether we could actually even spool ourselves up in time with trucks and people and so forth to do that job. That's certainly a pretty major consideration for me. The second one, which was fairly short shrift, was given to it by people because it doesn't convenience them to think about these kinds of things, is that by signing this contract, we do considerably mitigate our risk in the changing world that we're going to be first on, which is moving to producer responsibility. And if we went to the trouble of getting all kinds of vehicles and doing all kinds of things to take account of having that responsibility back, as it were, if we insourced it, and then turned around and found, months, weeks later that we didn't in fact need any of that, then we've mitigated that risk by having somebody else with that responsibility. By the way, the somebody else not being some huge departure, but the same people who have been doing this. And thirdly, there's the matter of customer satisfaction. I heard the councillors from Etobicoke speak and say that they felt that the people they represent, and again, I like to look at us all as having the city's best interests at heart overall. At heart overall, all of us have that collective responsibility. But I heard them saying that, they are satisfied with the service. And I heard furthermore an answer to the question from Mr. Kelleher that no one ever calls his office, and I suspect very few, if any, call 311 saying, I'm calling to complain about the fact that that truck was either a GFL truck or a city truck or this or that. They just want their garbage picked up. And yes, they want it picked up on a cost-effective basis, and there's not a shred of evidence anybody's brought here today that says, and look, I'm proud of the fact that the mixed system we have today with some private and some public is a system that has produced the kind of competitive tension, if I can call it that has actually led to improvements on the public sector side. And I commend them completely. I think they do a fantastic job for us. And maybe it's the case that now there can be some lessons learned the other way by the people in the West End, if I can call it that, sort of learning some lessons from the way we do things. But I think the balanced system has been one that has produced that result. You actually have people, nobody's got it all in their, in their own kitty, as it were. Everybody's got to sort of compete. Everybody's got their job to do, and everybody's got to prove themselves. And I think that's fantastic. I think it's a good system. And by the way, it does provide a degree of protection against labor issues, just in the sense that you have that kind of balanced system. The final thing I heard, so if you take the time crunch you take the environmental considerations on the producer responsibility side and the mitigation of risk, and you take the fact that Mr. Kelleher, I heard him say myself, there were still some savings that we could achieve, and you add to that the fact that this is the right way to go about this, which is to have a process, have a recommendation that we approved last January, then to proceed forward to implement that, and not in the middle of all that, at a council meeting, on the fly, suddenly decide we're going to abandon course. I just don't, that's not the right way to make a decision. And you can tell my speech is not at all ideological. I actually don't, when I say I don't care, aside from this notion of a balanced kind of system where you have 2 or more people participating in it, I don't have any ideological thing about who picks up the garbage. I want it done the best way possible by the best people. And I like the idea that we can have our own people do this, as many things as we can. But in this case, we had decided something last January, and I think we should follow through properly on that based on the advice of our professional public servants. And I just think we shouldn't take what is today proposed to be, I believe, an ideologically motivated approach to stop that process. We should move forward with it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let's put the motion on the screen. It's on the screen. Recorded vote.
Vote.
Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 9-14.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Cressy, can you please turn your camera on if you're voting? Councillor Cressy, are you present in the virtual chamber? Madam Speaker, as we cannot confirm Councillor Cressy's presence in the virtual chamber, we will mark him as not voted. The item carries. The vote is 19-4.
Thank you. Okay, so before we go to the next item, are there any quick releases because it's 2:30? Any quick releases?
Come on, Stephen.
Pardon?
Counselor,
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not able to type quick enough. I would like a separated vote on 1F. And the rest I can support, and I thank Ms. Gray for
Okay, hold on. Which item are you referring to?
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. It is MM 37.1. My apologies.
Okay, just a sec. MM 37.1?
Yep, Parkside
Okay.
Drive safety measures.
Okay, so you want to record it, but okay, so let's put the member's motion on the screen.
And thank you to staff for answering the questions.
Just 1F, Councillor Holiday?
That is correct.
Okay, just 1F. Yes.
Councillor Layton, may we please have your vote?
Yes, I'd vote in the affirmative, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Part 1F carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, item is amended. All in favor? I'm sorry, on the item. All in
This is
favor?
the item.
Show of hands. It's opposed, if any? Carried, thank you. Are there any further releases?
maybe Counselor Cole will release the one he's holding. I have to go to a funeral later today and
Counselor
have
Cole?
that done.
Is Councillor Holiday finished? He doesn't want to record a vote some trees?
Okay, come on, let's not all talk. Okay, Counselor Cole, are you ready to release MM 3719?
I have an amendment that I've shared with Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Wong Tam.
I'm sorry, I haven't seen that.
Okay, can you send it to them, Counselor Cole? Okay.
Why don't you post it on CMS, Mike?
Okay, do you want to present
I
it?
thought it was there.
Counselor Cole, do you want to present your amendment?
Yes. I think the clerk has it.
Okay.
Not posted.
Okay, if we can
Does
put
that
it
go on
on.
CMS, please?
Okay, there it's on the screen.
Oh my God, I have to see, I'm sorry. That's like a new motion.
Okay, we'll continue holding it.
Hang on, let me read it. Why isn't that up on CMS if it was sent to the clerk speaker? Oh, that's okay, that's fine. Wait a second, number 3. Okay, that's good. I'm okay.
Okay, on the amendment by Counselor Cole, all in favor? Show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item as amended, all in favor? Show of hands.
Recorded.
Recorded vote.
Recorded.
Okay, recorded vote
Thank you.
on the item, recorded vote, yeah.
The item is amended carries. The vote is unanimous, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is IE 2510, Centennial Park Master Plan. Councillor Holliday, are you going to release that item?
I'm going to deal with it very efficiently, I promise, Madam Speaker. Is the Director of Parks Capital available? Ms. Nazir.
Through the Speaker, Councillor Holliday, I'm here. It's Janie Romoff.
Excellent. Thank you, Janie. My question really revolves around the ski hill. There was a newspaper article which featured this element of the Centennial Park Master Plan. So the master plan is all about the park in its totality and a long-term vision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one aspect is there is a reimagining of the area called the ski hill. And can you tell me what the winter plan is for the future?
So through the Speaker, you're correct, Councillor. There is a reimagining of the entire area around where the ski hill is that involves, over time, designing and then implementing a skating trail in the area around the ski hill clubhouse, but only after the ski hill operations are assessed and may come to a natural end with the life cycle of that equipment.
Right. So no decision today to close the ski hill.
That's
but
correct.
this sets the long-term view. Okay,
That's
very
correct.
good. And the equipment has been studied in great detail. Am I correct in that there's a lot of material online that talks about skiing in general and how it squares up with city operations and what the future would be?
That's correct, through the Speaker, to Councillor Holliday. The ski hill operation itself, as you know, there's two ski hills that are operated in the city by the City of Toronto, one currently at Centennial Park, the other at Earl Bales Park in North York. We have embarked on a study around ski hill operations, and we do have some capacity in the North York ski hill if the time comes to wind down the ski operations at Centennial Park to be able to accommodate all of those programming. As you also likely know, the ski hill at Centennial Park, built in 1968, has a number of aging infrastructure issues, and we've been repairing it as we go along. And that, coupled with the fact that, as everyone knows, with climate change, things are getting warmer. The ski season has actually gotten shorter and shorter, especially at Centennial Hill, just because of the location of the hill and likely the age of the equipment.
And so finally, the concept is when one door closes, another opens. If the ski hill is to cease to operate, we would have something different in its place for winter activity that will serve more people. And all of this is rooted in a business case and deep analysis about how practical it is to continue a ski operation at that hill, which is declining in practicality. And so we are reimagining how we can better serve our citizens across the board.
Through the Speaker, that's absolutely correct, Councillor Holliday, and also looking at the amount of use some alternative uses may have in the ski hill area that would actually increase the amount of use by residents, not only in the area but across the city.
Thank you very much. To speak, Madam.
Okay, Councillor Holliday, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a very brief motion.
Okay.
And it's just to ask the general manager to make sure that we consult with all of the regular major event and seasonal permit holders as we implement the future components of the Centennial Park Master Plan. With that, I will express a tremendous thank you to staff and urge staff, specifically Dave O'Hara and Casey Morris, for years of work on this. I urge members of council to take a look at the plan, if not interested in just the park, but just in what a model plan could look like for such an important city aspect, including the area's history, natural features, and Indigenous history. And finally, just say I'm excited about this. This is central to our community in Etobicoke Centre. Everyone has a story about this park, and it sets a vision for the future, and it gives us a very good sense on how to handle the many requests and pressures that come forward from various people with ideas on how to use the park. So I am tremendously grateful to PFNR and Ms. Romoff for her leadership on this. I think this is a really great plan, and I would urge members of council to support this. Even though there's nothing fun about seeing skiing ending one day there, it is built within a deep business case as to why it makes sense. And more importantly, there's a promise to transform this part of the park for winter operations to serve many, many people in a very exciting way. And I think people will ultimately be happy, and that has been showed through the extensive consultation process that that reached out to many, many people, skiers and non-skiers, and all sorts of park users that for one time in a massive consultation seem generally aligned with where we're going. And finally, this motion is just to make sure that the park user groups, including people like the cyclocross that came forward and pointed out, they've got a lot of really exciting things, and that as we implement changes in the park, they want to make sure that their needs are considered. And so this motion will make sure that those needs are considered. Thank you.
Okay, on the amendment, Councillor Cole, did you want to speak on this?
Yes, I want to commend the local councillor and Parks for doing the revamp and rebirth of Centennial Park, an iconic park in Etobicoke. But I also hope that we don't forget other parks in the city. I've been waiting for 3 years for some 1 inch of grass to be rejuvenated in Eglinton Park, which has been surrounded by condos.
Okay, Councillor
And for
Cole.
3 years on Baycrest. Well, listen, I've been listening all morning, all day yesterday.
Councillor
Give me a chance to speak.
No, but you have to speak on the
Okay,
item
forget
that's
it.
before us.
Okay, forget it. Forget it.
You can speak on the item that's before us, which is Centennial Park. Okay. On the amendment by Councillor Holyday, all in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Item as amended. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Next item is PH 27.2. Official plan employment areas. Councillor Bylaw, you held the item down. Do you have questions? Or does anybody have any questions? No? Yeah. Okay, just to speak, Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I have a motion.
Okay.
Just wait for it to come up. There it is. Speaker, again, I think I'm being entirely consistent today in that that I'm recommending something via this motion that our professional staff, city planning, in fact, the motion's been drafted by city planning staff who are comfortable with an approach that I think is going to work out to be better from the standpoint of anything that we can do to avoid at this moment in time creating instability or uncertainty or worse for businesses that are employing people and just getting back on their feet in the city of Toronto. What has happened by virtue of the recommendation here, and I'm not being critical of the recommendation, it's having an unintended effect. The staff plan was to remove some permissions and then add them back later. That, of course, would create an uncertainty in terms of expansion or renovation and a number of other things for some of these existing businesses that have been in existence for a long time. And they are now suddenly concerned that they will be illegal and non-conforming, even if they were given the hope, if I can call it that, or the prospect that they could have their permission come back later. And so I'm simply asking here, since there is a phase 2 of this work, that we do this in a different order, which is that we proceed with the phase 2 study, get it done, and that at that time there will be a better idea, a better informed idea as to what permissions, if any, that you might remove at that time, and that in the meantime you can take careful consideration as you go about doing the second phase of the work and doing the study of the impact on those businesses. These are, it says here in the notes I made to myself, these are important businesses. Well, today I would argue that virtually any business that we have in the city that made it through the pandemic, and we lost quite a lot, are important because they employ people. They provide services to people of all different kinds. A lot of them predate the last citywide zoning bylaw in 2013. And of course, as you know, this goes all the way back to that time. And a lot of those businesses are understandably worried. And I think you can add to that the fact that there has been as well worry expressed not on the part of what I'll call businesses, but places of worship, for example. And we know what has happened in terms of the history of those places of worship, which I have sort of come to realize more so than ever during the pandemic, how important those are to people. How many of those have ended up locating themselves in places where there might be some uncertainty for them. And I just don't think we need to be doing that, because they too are not businesses, but they have been through a huge period of uncertainty and instability and strain financially because they weren't able to conduct their services during the course of much of the pandemic. And so I think what we have by referring this item back on the basis of this motion that the staff is comfortable with is the assurance that the staff will have completed all their work before any permissions are withdrawn, if any, that we have a final assessment of all the impacts of these changes, and we will have the desired result, which is the conformity of these items across the city. I should say that Councillors Nunziata, Pasternak, Perruzza, and Bailão, who all had different concerns, I think most of which I've touched on in these remarks, have helped with this approach, and that again confirmed that it was drafted by city planning staff who are comfortable with this approach, which which is different than what they originally recommended. But we've gone back to them and said, could you, are you content that we could do it this way, which really just reorders some of the ways in which we do this in order to provide for stability, or I guess to put it a different way, to not cause instability. And so the motion is here. And I think it covers the mandate for there to be an examination in the second phase of the study of all these different uses that are the ones that are concerned out there. And, lest anybody ask about bingo halls, I mean, people can chuckle about that, but the fact is, I know from both when I was in provincial politics, but also within the city of Toronto, that they, they support huge numbers of small charities that do good works to support people in the city. And if if it ended up being the case, for example, that any of those were to disappear or otherwise be more unstable because of our actions, I think that would be a real problem for us, more so than we might think. Those are my comments, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Holyday, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Mayor, this motion is referral back, and then there's a laundry list of a whole bunch of things to look at. And there's a lot in here. I'm just trying to see all the pieces. My particular concern with this is around recreational facilities, hockey rinks, gymnasiums, volleyball courts, beach volleyball. And my worry is if we don't think about those, we may never see any more of them develop in the city, because there's only so many places we could put them. Would you say that addressing that particular issue is within the scope of the second look, and that it's within the spirit of the motion, so we don't need to get into adding those words all over the place, but that something like that could also be considered?
Yes, I think if you look at section 1E, if you look at section 2A1, I think you'll find that the answer to your question is yes, that there is specifically reference made to recreational facilities, and the answer to your question is yes.
Great, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for taking this on. This draft went back and forth for about a week now, and I think we've got it here. Just a couple of areas of clarification. We've identified places of worship. We've identified bingo halls, and you are correct. The revenue from that supports hundreds of worthy charities across the city. And I just want to confirm that this will have staff look at all land uses, all business types or industry types, and not be focusing just on bingo halls and place to worship. So we can assure the business community that it's a sober second look across the whole report.
Yeah, I think if you look, Speaker, through you to Councillor Pasternak, I think if you look at the entirety of the motion, it sort of speaks to the general at the beginning and then goes to the more specific items, but I think if you look at the totality of it from sections 1A through J, that it is a general look, but we wanted to make sure, and I know you and others were involved, that certain specific uses that were the subject of a lot of correspondence and concern from the people we represent were looked at specifically. But I think there's no intention other than to have the broadest possible look, as they would have been doing anyway, but at the same time to make sure in the course of so doing that they look at these very specific examples of things that have been raised with us by the people we represent.
So the other area of clarification, although I think you've got this covered in 2A, is that many business owners, either whether they operate the business or the only unit that's being rented, had no idea that this process was going on and did not have a voice. So we're asking staff also to re-energize the outreach, the consultation, and the education of this process. and why it's going on, and listening to the voices that come back. I think you've covered it here, but can
It's
you
in
elaborate?
1A, actually, in 1A, through you, Speaker, to the councillor. It's in 1A, and it talks about, additional outreach to other stakeholders. And I think, it's interesting on this whole agenda. We've had 2 or 3 of these items. I think it was quite a correct commentary about inclusionary zoning and, the fact that that's a huge policy item that we should be explaining to people in plain language. And this one too, if you even just look at this motion, there are people's eyes would glaze over with all the different section numbers and zoning bylaws, which is really the point, isn't it? That we've got all these Etobicoke zoning codes and North York zoning bylaws and so forth. And so I think a plain English, broader outreach to stakeholders of all kinds, including a lot of the people we represent, would be a good thing, just so we can be sure as we make these decisions that we're, yes, following sensible policy from the standpoint of protection of employment lands and spelling out those kinds of things, but at the same time that we do it in a way that people understand what it is we're doing.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I just have a question to Mayor, and thank you to the Mayor for moving the motion. And so as you know, I spoke to you about the 2 issues in my ward, which was the places of worship that have been in existence prior to 2013 comprehensive review. So your motion will go back to staff and they will review, because I have a number of churches in employment areas that have been there for 20 years plus, and they're very concerned that they would be evicted. So this will cover that going back, that the staff will report back specifically on that item?
It does. And if you look at 1B and C, and if you look further down, you've got several places where it's going to be looked at. 2G, and look, I'm very at 2G and H. I'm, as much as I know there's been some incidents that I've been involved in as well in Scarborough, I can think of a couple and so on where we have to be concerned about places of worship, occupying all available land that we need for other purposes as well. I also am very sympathetic to the fact they too have told me, as they've told probably many of us on council, the difficulty they have in finding a place to worship. In a way, I think it's good that all these faith communities are so strong, because I think they contribute to the well-being of the city in that respect. I've learned more about that during the pandemic. So the answer is yes. And I think it's one of those things that's quite proper for us to review without a preordained conclusion, but just to look at it and make sure that we make the decision with great care when it comes to those particular places of worship.
Okay, and my second question is the bingo halls, because the bingo halls are, I'm very close to bingo, and I've been helping charities for years run bingos. I've been called the bingo queen of the city. But so I'm very concerned about these charities, and I'm sure we've all received emails. So right now, the staff was recommending to delete the use in employment lands. In my opinion, they should be in employment lands. So that will come back, and when the staff report back, that we amend the bylaw to allow them to be in employment lands. Am I
Yes,
correct?
if you look at this, through you, Your Majesty, Queen of the Bingo Halls, if you look at section 1F, it talks about asking our staff to give consideration to amendments to the zoning bylaws. And if you look down then to section 2A, you have, and B, and A1, you have a specific reference there for their consideration of bingo halls being included. So I guess they will consider that, and that'll be part of what they report back on.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Councillor Perruzza?
Just in trying to understand this, so I see, for example, like what does 1F16, for example, mean in terms of when you say in clause, so delete Hotel 5?
Speaker, again, as I indicated to our speaker, the Queen of the Bingo Halls, to you, Councillor Perruzza, it asks the staff to give consideration to then what is listed underneath are a series of zoning bylaw changes that would, for example, solidify the position of bingo halls. And they may come back with some different answer, but we've just asked them to consider amendments to the draft zoning bylaws in respect of both the bingo halls and places of, I think it may mean places of worship, but having said that, that's what places of assembly as well. So just to make sure they can the zoning would be changed to make sure they can stay in business.
Yeah, would you be amenable to adding, for example, banquet halls to that?
I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, that's covered under places of assembly, but I'm not entirely sure of that. And I'm looking here to see, because I've gone through this a couple of times, whether there's any other place that banquet halls are referred to.
I think banquet halls are identified as banquet halls because there's very few places that you can have banquet halls, and quite frankly, in employment district, banquet halls are now like cannabis shops. You know, they're just not on every corner, right?
Well, I'm certainly amenable, since what we're asking for is for them to consider this. I'm certainly amenable to that, Speaker, as something that would just add to the list to bingo halls, places of assemblies, hotels, etc., places of worship. So I'm amenable to that.
Yeah. So if you would add that to yours, that would be good. I'd be okay with that because I see hotel there, and that's important. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my question to the mayor is how long do you think it will take for city staff to do this work that you're asking them to do, including the consultation and the report back?
I don't know. I knew before that they were coming back with the phase 2 report at some point in time. It's not too far from now, because that gave me the confidence that we were not looking at some indefinite postponement of these permissions potentially being altered. But I just can't answer the question of when you add to it the consultation that's referred to, I think quite properly here. I can't answer the question, but I think we're not talking about an undue length of time. But they were going to do the second half of the study anyway. That's something that was on their work schedule, and I'm sorry, I can't answer the question.
Okay, thank you. Simply because you didn't put in a report back or some anticipated reporting schedule.
It may well be the case they're expected to report by a given date on the phase 2, and this is simply incorporating all that information into the phase 2 study. So I'm sorry, we've gone through questions to staff, but I just don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I'm just curious to know, like, section number J talks about considering the introduction of daycares onto these lands. There are other, other requests of staff to consider whether or not bingo halls would qualify if you can keep religious spaces in the legal non-conforming status point of view. And now we're talking about banquet halls. I guess it is the intention just to have staff to take another look at all these type of uses and to ask them to comment very specifically about whether or not they should be included in the next report. So therefore there's no misunderstanding, or perhaps there's just greater clarity. Are these uses in or out? In the future, if a bingo hall wants to come into the employment zone, in or out, right? Same thing with daycare.
There's a combination of things here, to be candid, Speaker, through you to Councillor Wong Tam, which is that on the one hand, we've said, please don't take away any permissions. So that changes the process that was originally recommended by staff. And if you want to change permissions, do it after the phase 2 is concluded as part of the phase 2 recommendations. And then there's kind of a second section which finds itself on the sort of section F and down, which is some very specific things that the staff were asked to consider by way of zoning bylaws that would more or less give the kind of binary choice you made reference to, which is yes or no, as opposed to, maybe, or permissions being given or taken away. So I think it's a bit of both. And I think the idea is to have a more thorough look at these things, as opposed to having this kind of inadvertent situation where by making these changes, you might cause some people that are already in business, although grandfathered, to not be able to expand, not to be able to renovate, and this kind of thing. And perhaps that might force them out of business. So I think it's really to preserve the status quo until we either bring forward the proposed permissions at that time or change the zoning bylaw, the zoning provisions to be clearer in terms of allowing or not allowing these things in employment areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Mr. Mayor, are you considering this for what I'll call core employment? There's about 16 core employment, heavy lifting areas that have heavy industry, et cetera, in them in the city. Would you consider that this is for employment districts, but not the core employment where those lands are really and truly set aside?
Well, I think most of the areas that are affected by these changes are not the kind of core employment industrial areas you're talking about. They're kind of the areas that are more suburban than downtown and so on that are not sort of the core employment areas. But I think the staff are looking, and again, you're getting beyond my my own knowledge to be able to answer that question accurately. But I think its application is more in the sort of lighter industrial suburban context, and that's where we have bingo halls, where we have places of worship, where we have banquet halls. Whether they should or should not have been there, they're there now as non-conforming uses, and we're just saying preserve the status quo until such time as we have the full report from the officials on all of this, the second part of it.
Right, so it's basically red circle them. Make
Yes.
sure we're not running them out of business.
Yes.
But
And as I
not
said,
opening the door to having bingo halls take over large employment areas that are, they heavy lift for our economy, as you're aware. Could we find out the type of taxes that are, industrial taxes? Are they paying industrial taxes, or are they not paying industrial taxes? I think if we can include in that report the returns for the land, the amount of land that's set aside for employment, and the amount of revenue that the city gets as being one of the critical factors in what we're going to allow in employment areas. Would you consider that to be one of the factors that we should also be taking into account, the impact
Yes.
on revenues?
Yes, one, but as important as that, to me, is that, as we watch different reasons being brought forward, and I think this is the case, I think you described it well when you talked about the principal purpose of this for the moment is being to red circle and leave unaltered the provisions until the second phase is discussed, with the Section F stuff being a little different in that it does ask for sort of more of an up or down on bingo halls. But yes, money's one, but I think the other consideration is that as we get more and more and more and more of the residential growth that's happening in the city, and I understand why that is, because people have to have a place to live, it is causing, even in the comprehensive review, land to be changed in terms of its use. It will, and when the review comes forward, and so we have to be concerned about that, because people have to have a place to live, but they also need a place to work.
Yes,
and we
of course.
need to make things in the city, including movies and many other things. And so the answer to your question is all of those things are a consideration.
That's
Yes, I'm sure
great.
the staff will take that into account.
So to red circle that and understand that if you're buying a piece of land in an industrial area, it's far cheaper than buying in a residential land. And then wanting to move that to residential, you're basically getting a bonus. So I don't believe, I'm not going to say I hope, I don't think it's your intention to open the door to introduce residential uses in core employment areas with your motion.
No, not at all. No, this is really motivated by some of these existing businesses that are
Yes.
non-conforming. No, and it's not. No, not at all. Not at all.
So we're just looking to red circle, get it figured out, not, and see what we can do. But people shouldn't get too excited that we're just opening up for all permissions. Would that be correct if I put it like that?
That is correct, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, speakers. Okay, I would just like to speak. I will be supporting the referral. And the questions as far as the churches in my ward, I think that the referral motion, when the staff report back, will cover that. Bingos in particular, I've been involved with bingo since the 70s. And I can tell you that there's a lot of revenue that these charities raise through bingos. Millions of dollars are raised for charities. And I have so many charities listed here, but I can't list them all. St. Jamestown, Regent Park, Moss Park, York Lions Club, the Rotary Club, Lakeshore Arts, CNIB, Art Starts, York West Seniors, Symes Seniors. We have hundreds of charities that depend on bingo revenue to run their charity. And millions of dollars been raised over the years. And bingo halls should be in employment land because, as you know, there's hundreds of people that go to play bingo. There's hundreds of jobs as well in these bingo halls. A lot of these jobs are part-time jobs, full-time jobs. But without the bingo charities, these charities throughout the city, citywide, will not be able to run their charity or their agency, sports clubs, senior clubs. And it's so important that we support our charities in the city. And it's very important to me. So I think that we need to look at that. I know the staff recommended to delete it, but it's very important that we bring that use back into employment lands, because that's where they should be located, not in residential areas. They should be in employment lands. And this is jobs as well. When I first started off in the 70s, this was a part-time job for me as a single parent. I worked in a bingo hall. A lot of people work in bingo halls as part-time jobs, full-time jobs. And these charities, they need the revenue, or a lot of them will not be. Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for taking carriage of this vital motion. I did speak at committee, but I think councillors have to understand what kind of repercussions this report would have if adopted as is. In the Duke Heights BIA, for instance, 550 existing businesses would be negatively impacted by the proposed changes in this report. Many of these businesses and landlords have been in operation for years and years, and the proposed changes would further complicate and create significant barriers in approving potential future development in the area. In other words, people who own units that they rent out would be deprived of the marketplace, and those who were in a unit and were renting it would have a lack of security of tenancy. The zoning conformity bylaw would remove as of right uses in affected businesses. I'm a little concerned that we've identified a few industries. Councillor Nunziata is correct. The bingo industry is so vital to the social capital across our city. Many people don't realize that many charities doing great work in our local neighborhoods rely on bingo revenue to do their great work, and taking that away would be I don't know, catastrophic. But I think the motion itself makes clear, and in my questions to the mayor, that they're going to look at all industry types, and they're going to shrink the time between phase 1 and phase 2. As the report currently states, phase 1 takes uses out. Phase 2 puts some of them back. Well, you can't run a business like that. You have to know security of tenancy, and you have to know when you can invest. So this motion covers all of that. The other thing to realize is that many of the industries may be considered soft uses in these areas, but they have nowhere else to go. You talked about banquet halls who need an employment area for shipping and receiving, for parking, for nighttime events. They will not find a new home to set up. They'll leave the city, quite frankly. The same is with many of the schools. There's a few schools and places of worship. Very difficult to find locations for private schools or places of worship. Many of these churches in my ward are open just Sunday morning, and they require a lot of parking. They're quiet the rest of the week. They're not interfering with some of the other industries nearby. I think it's important to realize that if we take all these industries out, we will have employment area dead zones. They will become dark and desolate and crime-ridden at night. And that is why we have the Toronto Nightlife Action Plan, which encourages many of the uses this report is hoping to remove. And the plan, and I quote, Toronto is a 24-hour city that harnesses the potential of entertainment-related nighttime economy as a producer of jobs and economic growth. And the bottom line is we do not want dead zones in our employment areas after 5 p.m. So I would just wrap up, and I know we're tight for time. I would just say that this motion is a good motion. I want to thank staff for the work on this piece, but there's more work to do. And I want to assure the businesses across the city that although we've ended a few industry types, we will look at all uses once again and shrink that time between phase 1 and phase 2 and come back with another report that will have business prosper, but also make employment areas work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I forgot to mention, it's only 2 minutes to speak on the referral, so I apologize, Councillor. Councillor Pruitt said 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Councillor
thank,
Prusa, sorry.
thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, 2 minutes. Yes, thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I just want to thank the mayor for hearing the panicked pleas of small business. I think he hit the nail on the head when he said, look, you know, we're just coming out of COVID. We're in a transition period. A lot of these activities or a lot of these businesses were prohibited from opening their doors in large part during the worst of the pandemic. They are now just trying to figure out how to sort of come back, and then all of a sudden they got news that their uses might be excluded from those districts going forward, and they just simply went into a panic. You know, I have a couple of very large industrial areas. I sit on the Duke Heights BIA. I organize that BIA. I have the Emery Village. There's lots of, you know, anyway, no, and I understand what the staff is trying to do. I know that churches, for example, don't pay a whole lot of taxes, but they gobble up employment lands and employment uses. Churches, they're not leased buildings. The churches go in there and buy them. They buy those places, and then they use them as a church. And I know that there's some other uses that we need to have some serious conversations about. But this isn't the time to do that. So bringing it forward as a
10
package,
seconds.
whenever that package comes forward, I think is very useful. So I'm going to support the referral back, and then we can have this nuanced conversation about what constitutes a sensitive use. And I urge the planners to bring forward the scorecards on that, on how they tick off sensitive uses, because some of these things that they've excluded from this bylaw or that they want to take out absolutely make no sense from that
Councillor
perspective.
Prusa.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. I'm
Madam
sorry.
Speaker.
We only have 15 minutes. Okay, on the referral, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, may we have your vote, please? Mayor Tory, your vote, please.
I'm just trying to get in, sorry, and in the absence of that, I'm voting in the affirmative.
Madam Clerk, the panel isn't appearing on my portal to vote.
Good thing or a bad thing, Shelley?
Ha ha.
Councillor Fletcher, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Carroll, may we have your vote, please?
Yes, affirmative, please.
Councillor Fletcher, may we please have your vote? Councillor Fletcher, can we please have your vote verbally?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. The motion to refer the item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is PH 28.2, Housing Now Initiative. Councillor Bylaw. Councillor Bylaw?
Questions of staff, Council. Speaker.
Okay, questions to staff. So maybe Okay, before we go to this item, if there's any quick releases, because we only have 20 minutes. Any quick releases? Otherwise, the rest of the agenda will be deferred to the next council meeting. Councillor Holiday?
Speaker, Councillor Matlow tells me TE 2811 has been withdrawn by the applicant, so you can just put that through. I'm going to vote when you call opposed, but I don't need a recorded vote.
So what are you saying, TA 2811 has been withdrawn? So are you just releasing it?
Correct.
Okay,
That's private tree, 51 Walker.
Okay. All in favor, Councillor Holiday's releasing TA 2811 to remove a private tree. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. And on the other one, Councillor Holiday?
Not releasing.
You're not releasing it? Okay, then it will probably be deferred. Councillor Matlow? Quick release?
Yeah. So I can start by releasing CC 37.2, and I've got a motion on it.
Okay. The motion, this is for CC 37.2, 700, 730 Mount Pleasant Road. There's the motion on the screen, the amendment. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, Councillor.
And if I could.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, yeah. I'm sorry too. I was just going to say, in addition, if you could just confirm with the clerk if they have the motion for the I don't see the item number, but the only other one that I've got, 29 Pleasant. If they have the
T
motion.
28.4, 29 and 39 Pleasant Boulevard. It's here without a recommendation.
Yeah, so I have a motion that includes the recommendation plus additional recommendations coming out of discussions with the applicant and the neighbors.
Where did it be that?
Okay. T 28.4, the amendment by Councillor Matlow. It's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, thank you. Is Councillor Cressy? Is Councillor Cressy here?
Madam Speaker?
Yeah, did you want to release your member's motion on affordable and accessible childcare?
I'm afraid it's not quick, Speaker.
Okay, so that will probably have to be deferred to the next council meeting. Okay, Councillor Bylaw, you said you had questions on PH 28.2?
I said I didn't have questions, Madam Speaker.
You don't have questions? No? Okay, did you want to speak?
Well, members that have motions, I'll speak after it's their motion.
Okay, Councillor Holiday, do you have a question on PH 28.2?
No?
No?
That was from quick release.
Okay, are there any questions at all? Okay, to speak, Councillor Bylaw. Councillor Bylaw?
I was hoping to speak last, but no problem. I do have motions, Madam Speaker, on this item.
Okay, if you want to speak last, you can speak last. Okay, just a sec. Councillor Ainsley.
Yep, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a quick motion I would like to move. It's basically asking for one of the two properties that are in my ward. It's the Scarborough Storefront on reconvening their community design initiative and implementing a local workforce development. It's basically facilitating local employee engagement on this Housing Now TO project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion?
Yes, I have a motion, if clerks can put it up. It relates to 5151 Yonge Street, which is listed in the appendix as a future site. So the purpose of this motion is twofold. One is I want to make it clear, I am completely in favor of affordable housing at this site, and as much as we can get there. I am in fact trying to move it ahead and having staff look at whether or not they can accelerate it as a affordable housing site. And at the same time, this is an extremely important site on Yonge Street, right in the heart of the North York Center, and the I think only available city site left for city buildings. So I want to make sure that we also look at other city building initiatives, especially around issues like childcare and services for families as part of this overview. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
I have a motion.
Okay.
In this motion here, I'm asking that the Executive Director of Housing Secretariat look at including the 20 Short Street Green Pea parking lot site as one of the future pipeline sites for affordable housing, and to include the Canadian Legion Branch 75 as part of this affordable housing project. This is an urgent need because this is the only piece of land we have in the area, and we're being drowned in market luxury condos at Eglinton and Dufferin. So we need some affordable housing in that area badly, and so that's why I'm asking that this site be added for an affordable housing site. And I've talked to Councillor Bailao about it. She's supportive of it. So we want to get this on the list as soon as possible.
Do you have two motions, Councillor Cole?
Yeah, well, I've got, it's just part 1 and 2.
You have to do the second motion. Okay,
Okay,
it's on
and
the
then-
screen. Okay. Thank
And
you.
request the Executive Director of Housing, okay?
Yes, thank you. Okay, that's it for the speakers. Councillor Bailao?
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the councillors for moving these motions. I will be supporting the motions, worked with the councillors to make sure that they aligned with our program, and we've now increased our pipeline from 5 to 6, which is great to see councillors coming forward and helping us identify.
Sorry, Councillor Bailao, to interrupt, but do you have motions?
Yes.
Okay,
I
can
do.
you?
I do.
Okay.
I do. So, and these are motions that are that have been asked to be moved by staff. It has to do with the taxation issues and the incentives that we give as part of this program, and to make sure that the units through the 4 additional sites that we are putting forward here today, that they receive the same kinds of program benefits that we've had for the other 17 sites already as part of housing now. So that's what the motion is referring to. So with that, Madam Councillor, when we started the Housing Now program, there was a clear commitment from this this council that we were going to use our land value to create affordable housing, and that's what we've been doing through this program. We are now up to with this report. Not only are we updating you with the program, but we're actually bringing another 4 sites that for a total of 21 sites that the City of Toronto has now under development to create thousands of units of affordable housing, to create mixed income communities, and to and close to transit. So I know it's getting late. I just want to thank all the councillors involved, all the local councillors involved in these projects for their support, for their involvement, and to continue to bring great projects to the community. And that can only be achieved with the involvement of the local communities and the local councillors. So to all of them, and to the mayor that has been a great champion for the program, thank you. We're looking forward to continue to update on the progress of the program and to be able to bring more sites forward to secure the progress and success of the Housing Now program.
Okay, so we'll put the motions,
You take them as a package, Madam Speaker, as a package, all of them?
No.
no, we can't, sorry.
No? Okay.
It's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. 4A. By Councillor Bailao, all in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. 1. By Councillor Ainslie, all in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Motion 2. Motion 2 by Councillor Filion, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. 3B. By Councillor Cole, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, 4B. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Item is amended. All in favor?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Speaker, through you to the clerk, I'm locked out presently of the system, so I'll have to vote verbally.
Councillor Fletcher, can you please enter your vote? Councillor Fletcher, can we please get your vote?
Yes.
And Mayor Tory, can you please confirm your vote?
Yes, affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Clerk.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. So we have 2 items left, which we're going to defer to the next council meeting.
Speaker, on a point of order, I can deal with mine in about 30 seconds.
Well, it's, okay, 30 seconds then, because as I said, 3:30, we have to recess.
So recorded vote, and the only comment I would make, Madam Speaker, is that we need to do something about our bylaw with respect to pools. Pools are becoming increasingly more important during COVID, and the staff have no option but to put in the report that a healthy tree conflicts with the pool. And I think we can do better, and that's the issue I've got with this particular matter. Other than that, recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote. This is on T 2812.
Mayor Tory, may we please have your vote? Mayor Tory, you can give us your vote verbally, please.
I vote in favor of the Community Council recommendation.
Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 20 to 2.
Thank you. So we have just one item left, which is MM 3713, affordable and accessible childcare. So that will be deferred to the next council meeting. Okay. On favor? Carried. Members, before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Moved by
So moved by Grimes.
Moved by Councillor Grimes. Okay. Councillor Grimes, can you read it?
The committee and council considered submissions and making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All those in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills and by Councillor?
So moved, Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, Councillor Carroll.
That leave be granted to introduce bills 830 to 897.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Moved by Councillor Ainsley.
Pick me, says Paul.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting number 37 on November 9th, 10th, and 12th, 2021.
Shall leave be granted?
Thank you.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those.
No, thank you.
Okay. All those, shall leave be granted. All those in favor, opposed, if any, carried. We have one more minute. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, opposed, if any, carried. We just made it just in time. So thank you to staff. You're amazing the last 3 days. Thank you very much.
Great job,
Thank
Madam
you to
Speaker.
members.
Great job, Madam Speaker.
Way to go, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
Thanks
great
all.
job.
Have a good weekend, everyone. Stay safe.
Good job,
Have
Francis.
have a nice weekend. Thank you, everyone.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Great weekend,
everybody. Take care.
Have a nice, Councillor Cole, enjoy your weekend.